Rich Bailey, who does have an excused absence. We'll need a motion to adopt the agenda.
Move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hey, I have
Okay.
a really quick question, Andrew.
Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. There in participants, it says me. Did you guys go over that? What's that all about?
There is a current attendee in the audience that's only labeled themselves as me.
Okay. So
Um,
we're moving from this to the closed session, right?
So now is the time where we would need to move into closed session.
Okay.
So we're gonna leave this and we'll see you on the other side then, guys, correct?
Do we need to make a motion to move into closed session?
I thought Andrew did.
Oh, I guess so. He just, okay. Yeah, you're right.
That was to
Okay.
adopt. Okay, go. Here we go.
Go
We'll see you
ahead,
on the other
Paula.
side.
That was
Thanks.
to adopt the agenda, not to move into closed session.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We adopted and you said we'll start the closed session. We're in open session right now.
Right.
Correct. So we need to,
I make a motion that we move to go into closed session.
Second.
second,
Give that to
Okay.
Josh.
Approved by acclamation. We'll move into our closed session.
Okay, so
All
we
right,
now.
guys, see you on the other side. Bye.
Yeah.
Rob, I'm going to go ahead and remove you from the session here.
Thank you. Appreciate it, John.
You okay?
The board of directors is still in their closed session, but should be returning here within the next 5 minutes. We'll start things back up again as soon as they return.
Fauci man. I'll be in the area all day. Be in Area 51.
It's now 7 o'clock. The Board of Directors should be returning from their closed meeting shortly. So for those in attendance, the board is still in their closed session, and it may take them a little more time before they conclude that session. I apologize for any delay here, but I will give everyone the heads up as soon as it appears that they are leaving their closed session. We apologize for the delay, but the Board of Directors is still in closed session. They will return as soon as they have concluded that session. Again, apologies for the delay here. The Board of Directors are currently in a closed session, and we are still waiting for them to conclude that session. Don't really have an ETA at this time, but they will be returning hopefully sometime soon. Again, apologies for any delay. We are still waiting for the Board of Directors to return from their closed session. No indication as of yet as far as how long this may continue. So I apologize to any of the attendees that are waiting for the open session to begin. Again, apologies for the delay. The Board of Directors are still currently in their closed session. No indication at this time as to how long they will be in closed session. But thank you for waiting, and again, apology for the delay.
Is everyone else's computer like totally taken over by something right now?
There's a message on here that says that the board is currently in closed session.
I wasn't expecting that to go to full
Ah,
screen.
here we go. Here we go.
Whoa.
Hello.
Terribly sorry about that, everybody.
Oh, you're good.
We're okay.
Okay.
Did we have a motion to come? Did I hear somebody make a motion to come into open to come back? Oh, we already did. Never mind.
Yeah, that was one meeting ago.
Can't be expected to remember that far back.
Okay, I think we're all here. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order at 7:28. Roll call. Like I said, I think I see everyone here, although Rich Bailey is not with us. He does have an excused absence. And for the community, any community members listening, I apologize for keeping you waiting. So we'll need a motion to adopt the agenda.
Move to adopt the agenda as printed.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, hearing none, the motion passes. We'll move into our announcements. Go
I
ahead.
have an announcement when we get a chance, please.
Thanks, Linda.
If that's me, okay. I didn't
Well-
know if anybody else had any.
We
I have one
technically
too.
have a, do we want to go ahead and do the COVID-19 update first so staff can get that out of the way and then,
Okay, just know that I have an announcement.
I mean, Linda can go first if she would like.
Okay.
We're good with, Yeah.
Just,
You're
you
good with
should
that?
know as, you should
Yeah.
know as a board, the vacancy, the applications that's ended on Monday at 4:30. We have 3 candidates. I anticipate, and I guess I will ask of the board, on the 23rd, if we could do the interviews. We started at 6:30 before, and I felt that we kind of cut them short. And I'd like to start at 6 if I can have your permission, and then I'll send notices out to the 3 applicants.
Are you talking about the next board meeting, which is the 27th?
Whenever that is, I think it is.
Okay.
I don't know when it is. It's somewhere in there.
Yeah.
27th, yes.
Yeah, I'm comfortable being,
So it's just, like I say, I felt like I was kind of rushing it. I think we got sort of a late start on our half hour. And then it was hurry up with the candidates, and I'd like to give them their time for their interviews. If that's okay with you, I'll talk to John about setting it up to begin that meeting at 6 p.m. with the interviews for them.
Sounds good.
Have anybody that's not happy with that? Sounds like everybody's okay. All right, I'm all done with my announcement.
I have a quick announcement if it's okay. So for those who haven't seen, we have a town hall this Saturday from 10 to 12 via Zoom. There have been announcements sent out in eBlast. There's some social media going around on that. And there will be another email going out tomorrow that'll have all of the Zoom information, and we'll have the managers there, and a couple of people from Finance Committee will be making a presentation. I guess I would say Joel is the manager and he'll be making a presentation. So if you can't make it to the town hall, again, that's Saturday, 10 to 12, and you would like, question answered, or if you have a comment about the budget, please email communications@suddenvalley.com, and we'll make sure that we add you into a list for asking your question or saying your comment. Again, that information is on the website, and you'll be getting an email tomorrow if you're signed up for the newsletter. Thanks.
not hearing any more announcements? Do we want to go ahead and move into COVID-19?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I hope everybody had a good week so far. At this time, I'm going to turn the COVID update over to Norm.
Again, good evening, everyone, and people listening in. Oh boy. Okay. The following is the update currently for the COVID-19 response from Whatcom County and the metrics associated with the state of Washington. Whatcom County currently has 1,000 confirmed cases, 39 confirmed fatalities. The percentage positive for the testing is at 3.9%. Washington State have confirmed cases of 64,702. Deaths currently, as of today, 1,724. Percentage positive of the statewide testing is 2.7%. The metrics that govern when you were allowed to move to a different phase currently, Whatcom County's metrics for phase 2. The first one is rate per 100,000 of newly diagnosed cases during the prior 2 weeks. Are we meeting goal? No. Metric, number of individuals tested for new cases during the prior week, meeting goal? No. Percentage of individuals testing positive for COVID-19 during the past week, meeting goal? No. Percentage of licensed beds occupied by patients, meeting goal? Yes. Currently, according to the latest update, 79.6 of the licensed beds are available. The goal is to be below 80. Metric percentage of licensed beds occupied by COVID-19 patients meeting goal. Currently, there are none occupied, so yes, they're meeting goal. Wood County is. Washington State metrics overall, Washington State is not meeting 3 of the 5 metrics just listed. Governor Inslee held a press conference today concerning the following key points from that. His official memo will be posted sometime this evening on his website. He updated on care funds in Washington State, in particular recent legislation he signed to allow for immigrants to have access to testing and isolation, quarantine, and other parts of that legislation. Rate of infections are still high to allow for him to not allow the restart plan to proceed, which means we're stuck where we're at. State health is seeing some indicators that the mask up policy is starting to slow the rate of infection, and there are indications of long-term effects of contracting COVID-19 in recovered patients. In particular, it was noted by the Washington Health Department, high rates of just persisting fatigue. Current public health orders in effect, Mask Up Washington, as we are all aware. Whatcom County phase 2, we are currently in phase 2 until told otherwise, indefinite. And the governor's office listed as of 2 days ago recent updates on gym operations for phase 3 based on square footage, participants, and other safety factors. As we stated, we are still stuck in our current phases as well as the rest of the state for an indefinite period. The objectives for Unified Command for Whatcom County for operational period 18 are unchanged from the previous report. Whatcom Public Health Department and Unified Command here has the following current focus items on operations. They're continuing to test and improve the process for the pending rollout of the new low barrier testing program. The revised version will have an online registration portal and will be in several different locations throughout the county. They are prepared to make that disclosure next week, but they will currently be deploying sites as they've listed in the school district locations that are currently published for the county. They are continuing their planning in support of the food security unit for distribution of food through the Bellingham Food Bank and the food bank networks. They're planning to shift the volunteer coordination for that from Whatcom Unified to the Whatcom County Volunteer Center. And they are continuing to plan for medical surge operations. Our objectives are unchanged. We are still on hold for implementation of phase 3 and the changes that have been promulgated by the governor's office for phase 3. Current operations for COVID-19 phase 2 for Sudden Valley are unchanged. Our current COVID meeting schedule is unchanged. Frequency of external message to the membership and agency partners is unchanged. And again, Unified Command is requesting anyone interested in the official updates and information from the Joint Information Center to go to their website, which is www.whatcomcovid.com. I'll at this point entertain any questions the panel may have. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Norm.
Yes, thank you, Norm. Okay, any further announcements before we move into our next topic? Okay, well, hearing none, we'll move into continuing business and voting as necessary. First item is our budget discussion.
Do you want me to lead this, Andrew, or do you want to lead it, or?
Sure, excuse me, do you want to lead us off, Karen?
Sure. So just kind of a reminder how we can't vote on to adopt the budget until the September 3rd meeting, because once we adopt it, it starts the clock. And so this is just a discussion about changes or questions we would like to see in the budget. The way this was handled last year is questions or issues or whatever were brought up, and to the extent that there was consensus, the board agreed to go ahead and have those changes implemented. And where there wasn't consensus, we would move on, and those could be discussed again at the point when we voted on it. So just opening up that way, this is talking again about the draft budget materials that we received when staff presented it to us. And so I'm just going to open it up for questions, comments in that way, and we can just kind of move through it that way. To the extent there's consensus, we can go ahead and implement, request staff to make the changes. To the extent there's not, we'll just move forward.
I have one question for Joel. What is the collection rate been for the last couple of months? Where are we?
You hear me? Okay, good. So I calculated the collection rate for July, and July was 98.2% for the month. Year to date, it was 94.6%. For June, the month before that, the collection rate was, I'm doing this from memory, but let me pull it up real quick.
I think it was 94.9.
For
Am I close?
the month. That sounds about right. See, I'll know here.
So we're closer to typical collection rates than we were earlier in the year.
Yeah. So last year at this time, July was 99.8. It was pretty high last year at this time. So to be at 98.2 is a really good rate given the state of what's going on right here. It actually tells me that the dues payers of Sudden Valley are actually very, very diligent in paying their dues, since they know that there are no late fees at this point.
I have a question for either Karen or Joel. In the 2021 budget on page 5, we have the beginning balance forward. Then there's the income. And then we have anticipated expenditures of 1,897,722. Where's that number?
Are you talking about from the agenda packet, Linda?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, what was that again now?
So on that, we're looking at the reserves. And I'm curious for both SURF and for roads, where the numbers for the anticipated expenditures comes from. It's 1,897,722 for SURF, and for roads, it's 2,845,289. I'm just wondering if those numbers are directly off of those spreadsheets we were given.
No, actually, what these numbers come from, historically, what's been done with this table is basically what I'm doing is I'm purposely bringing so we'll say SURF 2021 budget. I'm bringing it down to the reserve or the set aside amount of $600,000 for SURF. And I'm doing the same thing for roads. I'm just dragging it down to the 500,000 board set aside amount for it.
So you're telling me that the anticipated expenditures for both of these reserves have really no basis in any of our reserve documents?
Well, yes. So what I've done is I've just done historically what you guys have done, showing the budget, just bringing it down to those board set aside amounts.
Okay. Then the other question that I have is further down on that page, there's bullets at the bottom there. And on the 4th bullet, it said road budget, including a minimum of 113,141 for for the CVC if that's that's not based on 95% collection rate.
That's based on the roads budget itself from the road spending plan for 2021.
That's
Yeah.
interesting, because if it talks about it being per the 2016 special general meeting SGM, it means that each member pays basically $3.01 per month for a total of $36.12 per year. So if that doesn't match up, that's the minimum that we're required to collect.
So like I said, that number comes directly from, like, on the road spending plan, that spreadsheet that I sent out to you guys. At the bottom, road 90, that's the 113,141. That's where I pulled that number. So I'm just putting down what you actually have on the road spending plan for 2021.
But my whole point is, if you do that, then you need to take out this statement per the 2016 special general meeting SGM, because that isn't what was agreed to, that the members have to pay.
I put the 2016 down because that's when you guys voted on that, on the set aside for the CBC, right, in 2016.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm just saying you're
I mean,
off.
that's the only reason why I put 2016 down. I'm just referencing back to when that was enacted by you guys, the SGM.
Okay, I got you.
But that number there, it says includes a minimum of that for culverts and swales. That's a maximum,
Right, yeah. I could
not
change
a
that word.
minimum.
Right, yeah.
And
you're right.
that doesn't factor in a collection rate either. That's 113,000 is assuming 100% collection rate.
Well, I mean, like, for example, like in the roads budget for 2020, the 164,611 that you guys voted on, our collection rate was in 2020, 92%. So this isn't really necessarily like depending on a 100% collection rate for this. This is just coming right out of the road spending plan for CVC for 2021.
But we obligated more money than that $113,000 number because it did not get the obligated amount in every year prior never got fully spent.
Right.
And there was
Yeah.
about 50K left
Yeah.
from those previous years that it just, whatever's left over just gets tacked on the next year and obligated, and we never seem to spend it all.
Right.
And so I guess I'm confused as to why that says a minimum and why it wouldn't be considering the collection rate like every other fund that we have.
Well, like none of
Like
these.
our special assessment considers our collection rate. It's essentially the same thing.
I mean, unless there's something that I don't know about in the actual special assessment that says, unless the collection rate is a certain amount, maybe there is, I don't know, unless Linda knows that. Do you know, Linda?
What's the question?
Do you know that if the 2016 SGM, was there any language where it was dependent on a collection rate?
Just for the
For the
current
roads.
year, it's the only thing that's in, how do I say it, in stone, is that it's $3.01 per month for a year for every, for all members. And then that's what it is, but then it always fluctuates with how much the collection rate is. But it's that 301 a month for for members. That's what you pay. That's the commitment.
Right. And of course, and this bullet point is just talking about a budget line item of the 113,141. So conceivably, if roads had more than that and the board voted on it, then that's what it would be.
So let me make sure I understand this. So this comment is saying essentially that we are collecting a maximum of 113,141 for major maintenance. We could spend differently because, as AJ said, if we have leftover monies from the previous year, we roll those forward.
Mhm. Yeah.
Or the board could choose to add money to the culvert program one year if
Right.
they so deem
Right.
fit.
Right,
Or Joe could propose that.
yeah.
But I think I might agree with the sentiment that since everything else, and I could be talked out of this, but since everything else incorporates a collection rate into it.
I think
Maybe
if you
this-
just write maximum, you're fine.
Okay,
By
okay,
saying it's not a minimum for sure. It's definitely a maximum unless you remove the, like, per the 2016 da 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 da, you could say, yeah. But I think as long as you're referencing that 2016, you have to say it's a maximum amount because it's not saying that's the minimum amount or the maximum amount in the road fund. It's saying the maximum amount contributed to the road fund because of that vote approved by the community is that much money.
Yeah.
contributed. I think including that word, the maximum contribution is this amount. Then that makes it clear that it's based off of that 2016 SGM, and that, you know, the rate times the number of whatever, that's the amount. The board could choose to spend more, and the collection rate could make that that amount contributed less, but that's the maximum contribution. I think that makes
Yes.
sense.
According to that, yes.
So I'll change it so roads budget includes a maximum contribution of 113.141.
Okay, that works. I have a question for you guys because, help, where is it? Oh, Lord. Hang on, everybody. So in the 2019 booklet, I'm trying to move ahead here. We had all these extra wonderful little pages that had to do with the reserve study and a 30-year assessment. I don't see where in the RCW that says what has to be provided to the membership includes all this stuff. And the one thing that it does include, I don't see provided. Under the,
Hey, Linda, you're talking about the rest of that, the HM, you're talking about those capital.
yeah, if all
yeah,
those charts and stuff.
Yeah, those will go in when I get the 2021
I
draft.
don't
back,
know that we
then I'll put
need
those.
them. That's my issue. I don't, in the reserve study, we're required to provide that information to the membership. In the law, a budget has to include, and it says here, a statement of whether the association has a reserve study that meets the requirements of RCW 6490, 550, and if so, the extent to which the budget meets or deviates from the recommendations of that reserve study, and the current deficiency or surplus in reserve funding expressed on a per unit basis. But
Yeah.
it doesn't say it has to be for 30 years.
Well, but like the current deficiency, you know, on a per unit basis, member basis, that comes into those charts, which are those remaining pages, like in the AGM. You're not going to see it in this copy because I'm going to change those for the 2020 draft when I get those, but they were in last year's AGM Measure 1.
I'm just saying, I don't know that they're necessary exactly. I don't know how that, it just, because you have to have the different ones, but the only thing in the law that it says is you have to disclose the current deficiency or surplus in reserve funding expressed on a per unit basis.
Right.
Doesn't see if it's for a full, or it doesn't say if it's for a baseline budget. And
Well,
even
they-
then, we added our own magic sheet in the booklet last year that was calculated internally using the reserve study, and it's a whole different page.
Last year in the Measure 1, the pages, those last few pages, I believe did it on both the baseline and a fully funded basis.
Yes, and you're required to provide that in the reserve study, but I don't see where it says in the law that it has to be provided in our budget measure.
So Linda, are you saying that you think this, what we call the dues projection? Are you saying you think that based on what you're saying, I think this is sufficient? This provides the surplus?
I think the best chart that we had in last year's book was on page 14. You know, we
Really?
gave all the information out of the reserve studies and that we're required to provide to the membership, but that isn't what it says in the budget measure in the law.
I think it does say that in the RCW about that, about disclosing like
I'm
on a per
reading.
unit basis.
I printed it out. It says what you have to have in a reserve study in 6490, I think it's 550.
That reserve,
But
the reserve study does not show deficiency on a per unit basis. Like if you
But
read,
that's what it says, but that's what it says in the law, I'm telling you. read
I know. But
6490, 505, section F. 2F. Word
So-
for word.
Linda, is what you're saying that we could just provide what is on page 14, obviously updated, and leave the rest out, including this dues projection worksheet that we had put in before? Is that what you are saying?
How do I say it? I'm saying, I think that 14, and maybe I'm wrong, and when I look at all this, it's based on what we're doing actually. And it does show the deficiency, you know, where I'm saying, you know, there's these other ones that come out of the reserve study. Let's face it, they're huge, you know, and it's like, I don't know the answer to this 10-year plan that you've got in here gives people an idea only if it is based on what's in the current 2020 reserve study. If it's not, I don't know the relevance. I'm really conflicted about all this.
I don't think this is something that we can solve here tonight. This is new information or a new opinion, and I think that we need to look further into it.
Yeah, I guess I'd like a little bit of time just to read the RCW. I don't want to try to do it right now.
Not off the cuff.
I think that's about
But
all
I
I got.
think
It's
that's a
just, I'm
valid-
saying, when I started digging into that, that's what I came up with and went, huh?
I think
And
that's a
trying to
valid
tie
point if
numbers
that's true,
to-
Linda.
I think that's a good point, Linda.
You know, it's just stuff that we've got in our packets and stuff, and does it tie or doesn't it tie? That's all. But anyway, that's all I got. So you guys have fun with the rest of it.
Well,
I
I
mean-
think if we could reduce the packet but still make sure that we're providing the relevant information and not overload people with it, I'm in favor of that. So
Okay.
if you all have comments in the future about paring down what we present, I'm definitely willing to look into that. Are there any comments about the budget itself, not just the documents, but the budget itself?
I got comments about the budget. I guess where I sit right now is given the current global condition, I have a hard time increasing our collections rate at this time. I am encouraged to see that we have remained relatively high so far. And I hope that's not just a product of the unemployment money that people have been getting, that may or may not continue. I'm not really sure what's happening with all that. It's kind of in limbo. I don't really see the justification for a 3% increase to salaries at this point in this current climate that we're in. You know, most people are taking pay cuts right now. You know I'm one that's included in that. And I also have concerns about the revenue projections of 11% increases for golf. There's a lot of uncertainty, and we seem to be like every other year, we seem to be super conservative, and we're using like a 91, 92 collection rate, leaving all this money for our budget on the table. And now this year, in a global pandemic, we're like completely flipping the switch and going the other way and saying, you know, we think everything's going to be great, and all right, let's make the dive in now to up our collections rate and do this stuff. And it just seems backwards to me, and it doesn't really make sense.
AJ, what would you propose as the collection rate?
I think we should just, I
For the
mean,
20.
we're not even hitting 95% is what Joel said just a little bit ago, didn't he?
No, July, we're at 98.2%. Are you talking about year to date?
Year to date.
Yeah, year to date, we're at 94.6%, but back in June, year to date, we were at like 93.7. So like, so it's moved up, you know, almost a percentage point from June to July because of the increased collection rate.
Yeah, but still, like I said, everyone is still receiving unemployment checks that are about to run out. People know that, like, regardless of no late fees, like if people don't pay their dues, they're going to get a lien on their property more than likely. Or if they can't pay them, and if they set up some sort of payment plan that they can afford, then they're just, you know, trying to catch back up. It just doesn't, I think we're not even hitting a cumulative collection rate for the year of what we're projecting for next year, regardless of when collection rates happen and stuff like this. We know for a fact that the only thing, almost every economist is in agreement right now, that the only thing holding the economy together at this point is the stimulus money. And depending upon what the federal government does in that capacity to extend, discontinue, or whatever they do with that program, it's going to have huge ramifications on people. And I think we just need to be a bit more conservative in our projections for next year, because that's likely when this stuff is going to hit. I mean, I have heard economists projecting in the entire 2009 recession that we had and all of the evictions that happened across that entire time period, economists are projecting that once the no eviction ban is lifted, that we could see the same amount in like a month or two as we did over the course of multiple years through that recession. You know, and
So what would you propose?
I brought forth a hiring and spending freeze, and I've made my position very clear on where I stand on this budget, you know, and I have huge concerns with our SURF. The fact that we don't have a reserve study yet, I've been asking about a reserve study since orientation, and
Okay.
I
Can we
don't
back up to
understand
this one?
how this thing just is still not done.
So AJ, I'm asking, what would you propose for an alternate collection rate? If it's not 95%, what would you propose?
I think we should be somewhere in the ballpark of 90 to 92 at, you know, would make sense to me. But I don't think it's not my job to say like this is what the collections rate would be, but I am disagreeing with what Joel is presenting here as staff, and I just don't think that is what we should be going with. You know, inevitably this collection rate recommendation be coming from staff, and I guess like I'm having a hard time agreeing with the pie in the sky mentality for the near future.
Actually, it is our decision. And because if we disagree with staff, we need to make our own proposals for that. And I would be comfortable reducing that collection rate a little bit. I don't know, you know, let's get some numbers on that. When you come to golf revenue, what you see in the past are just the actual numbers of how much was collected for revenue. And it would be interesting to compare that with the actual budget that was put in place, because that was done by the golf professional. And if you see that he is consistently outperforming what his budget was, then I would have a comfort level with him, increasing the amount for next year. If he is continually falling behind, then I think that we need to take another look at it. But we need to compare budget with actuals.
He has continually not produced a budget, an actuals budget that has been balanced other than last year for like a decade. I don't think we need to look at any of that to know that we have not, and that doesn't even factor in capital expenses. We have another millions of dollars that get spent in that capacity on those that the membership is just footing the bill for. This is a huge contention point with the community, that they have to foot the bill for those things continuously over and over again when they have no stake in that golf course and they don't utilize it and they don't have the money to utilize it.
Okay, I believe that Leslie's point was that what she wanted to compare was Brian's previous projections to how the actual came up with it. That would give us some indication of how good Brian is at projecting his numbers, whether or not it's a balanced budget.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's not bringing balanced budgets home, so it doesn't matter what his projections. So then he's incapable of implementing a budget. Then if his projections are right, but he still comes in not in a balanced budget at the end of the year, then he seems like he's not doing what he needs to do during the course of the year to follow the budget, or his revenues are coming short. Those are the only two conclusions to make, basically.
From the Linda.
Even with the huge increase that he has in revenue, let's be fair, he's still saying, I still need $25,000 from the membership because I'm not balanced. I'm telling you, we need to get to where we're asking him for a balanced budget.
We need to get to where we're asking him for a budget with profit in it that
Also
covers some
for
of those
balanced
capital
budget.
expenses. He should be bringing home $100K for this association on a yearly basis, in my opinion, to help offset some of those capital expenses. And then maybe the community wouldn't be in such an uproar all the time about the golf course. It's quite simple. All we have to do here as a board is say, make it happen, do it.
It's not that simple. Paula, go ahead.
It is.
That's
the board's job. It may not be that simple for Joe and Brian, but that's the board's job to say that.
what is your recommendation specifically for this budget cycle in terms of that?
In terms of, I would move that Brian redoes his budget and presents something with at least a balanced budget, if not a profit, with revenue projections that aren't on the upper end of what we've ever seen. So, I mean, you're talking about reducing revenues and trimming expenses.
Is that a motion?
No, we cannot vote on
Can't
it.
make a motion.
We can make a motion here to make changes. We're not voting to approve the budget, but we can make motions to alter the budget. I don't see why not.
Hasn't been
Robert's rule
finalized.
says you can make a motion if you have the floor on a topic. So, I mean.
So was that a motion?
I'll make a motion then to that golf should come in with. All right, I make a motion that golf present more conservative revenue projections and a budget that is at a minimum balanced operationally.
I second that.
Is that a complete motion? Were you done, AJ?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I have, more, a motion that golf presents a more conservative revenue projection. And then I didn't get the last part.
And presents at a minimum a balanced budget.
Operation.
Operationally.
I just want to take a pause a second because I watched the whole
Hold on a
meeting.
second, is it discussion or?
This would be discussion.
Yeah,
So
this-
this would be a discussion.
So I watched the whole meeting from last year, when the whole budget discussion from last year, and there were no motions made. And I just want to be very cautious that we are not somehow starting the process. I don't know what to say. Last year,
I
they
think
just,
no one made a motion last year because everyone just agreed. I never saw anyone disagree. And Linda just said she didn't see why not. Correct, Linda?
What I'm saying is, how do I say it? Anything, and Joel can probably tell me I'm right or wrong, and probably Karen can too. If we lower and agree to lower the collections rate, if we still haven't talked about the 3%, but if we also put golf at a break even, right now, that's a $25,000 deficit in our budget. So there's numbers that are going to be moving around, and you're not going to have a balanced budget anymore. You're going to have changes.
That's correct.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, Joel?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
So therefore, that would take a motion and a board vote, correct? Question mark.
Like, I mean, I can just tell you real quick, if you want to know numbers wise, if you drop the collection rate, then if you want to keep the dues flat, then you'll have to cut some expenses out. And obviously, if now budget becomes flat, meaning like comes in at zero, not $25,000 negative, then that gives you 25,000 to work with also. I mean, if we just kept it all alone and like with AJ's recommendation and make golf balance, then technically dues would go down, so to speak, if that were your only change.
Rob?
Thank you. So speaking specifically to the motion, if this is around the golf department specifically. So if the motion is to be more conservative in terms of income revenue. And I forgot the other part of it. It's to reduce expenses. Was that it, right, AJ? Did I get that right?
Well, if he's reducing his revenues in order to provide a balanced budget, he's gonna have to make up the 25K deficit plus the reduced revenue expense loss.
So there would be, there could be possibility of maintenances, capital that would be deferred.
Capital separate.
Yeah, capital wouldn't have anything to do with the operations.
This is all operations then,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And $25,000 is the number that we need to get to. Is that?
If the $25,000 deficit in golf is eliminated, so to speak, then that helps the budget by 25,000. And technically at that point, if that was your only change, then dues would go down for the year.
If you're also asking to reduce the revenue projection, then you would have to reduce your expenses by more than 25,000.
Yeah, that's right. If you drop like dues down, say like 1%, it's, you could probably roughly figure around 25,000. So let's just say if you drop dues 1% and then made golf balance to zero, then you might squeak out at even, possibly right there.
When was the last time green fees were increased for Sun Valley Golf Course?
This year,
This year?
yes. And there's a increase in fees again next year.
Question.
How much is the increase, Joe?
No, I don't know off the top of my head.
I believe Brian said it's typically 3 to 5%, but I could be wrong about that.
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead, Steffi.
So are we trying to say that we have to match what the budget is? We can't go under, we can't cut more expenses?
No, I'm just trying to give like an illustration of mathematically how one decision, what effect it would have on the budget.
Well, yes, I mean, thank you for that.
I think he's just giving us a model.
Yeah.
To look at.
So my concern with this motion specifically is, if I believe I'm remembering it correctly, that the portion to direct Brian to reduce his revenue budget. He has been projecting golf revenue for quite some time. And if, like Leslie said, he has been meeting or exceeding that, I don't know why we would direct him to reduce that if he has the data more than any of us have to lead him to believe that revenue would actually increase next year.
He doesn't have a crystal
Again,
ball.
he's failed to provide a balanced budget, so his revenue projections is almost a moot point.
And there's the
And
pandemic.
how can we be so confident about revenue projections with everything that is going on right now?
So interestingly enough, I asked him this question, and golf is doing better than expected. And part of that is because people can't go anywhere else. So they're staying home, and it's one of the things that's open. So golf has been one of the things that has actually done better than would be expected in this particular circumstance.
I think it was Linda, then Rob.
So Karen, that's absolutely wonderful. Then you tell Brian exactly what he needs to do. If he's so good at projecting how much he's going to make, why does he still need over $25,000 to operate the whole operation? Maybe he needs to do better than in making more money so that he balances. That's the other end of that. The point is, I'm really happy when he makes a profit. I've settled in, you can ask Brian. Golf lost $90,000 the year before I became treasurer. And I kept telling him all year long, just give me zero, Brian. I don't care about the capital. I know a lot of people do. I understand that the golf course is one of our amenities. And yeah, it's got a lot of expensive parts, but operationally, they should be able to balance and do whatever they need to do to stay within that. You know, wonderful what he did last year. Go look back and look 10 years and you won't find very many years where he was in the black rather than in the red.
Yeah, and I agree with Linda on everything except for that we should be footing the bill for the capital expense. The golf course costs the membership on average $250,000 a year. Flat out. That you include capital and operational losses, that's approximately where we're at in just the last 5 years, basically. So these are huge amounts of money, while certain residents have to sit here and wonder why their road never gets fixed, why this road is like completely falling apart, you know, why water's constantly standing on the road here and the drainage doesn't seem to be working, why the road doesn't get swept, why the ditches don't get mowed. It's a really tough pill to swallow, sitting here talking about this and listening to everyone that reiterates these same things over and over again. And it's like no one ever wants to talk about it. Well, but it's the reality. And you know, another thing is
it my turn? Is it my turn yet?
Go ahead, Rob. Sorry, I forgot.
It's just when I was thinking about how everything's so strange in the world right now. I mean, just even the way people are dealing with the virus. Yeah, there's a lot of pressures, but yet I believe that in terms of just speaking to the income and the revenue, I think it's going to be there. People aren't traveling. They're staying home and they're doing things together with their families together. And I think that's part of golf. But I never would have expected this, but this summer, marine sales have just been crazy. There's not enough inventory. Everybody's like, I can't go to Orlando to Disney World. I'm going to buy a boat because my family wants to go boating. We can do that together. So I think the people are going to recreate. They want to be out of their houses and do things. I'm all for on the expense side to try to do better. You know, I've never ran a golf course, so I don't know where the productivity opportunities are, but they're probably there. You know, I get the frustration that the community has, and AJ, you said nobody wants to talk about it. We're talking about it. So anyway, I guess I'm saying that I think that people will recreate.
In AJ's absence, I believe I saw Joshua's hand first, and then Linda and Leslie.
I think it was Leslie, then Linda.
Sorry, I had to
Sorry,
plug in my
Linda.
computer.
So we're talking about trying to make a profit or at least breaking even. At what point is it not okay? Like, what point is it where like this isn't performing well? We need to really discuss this. That's what I'm curious. Where's our threshold? Because AJ brings up a lot of valid points about this, and you know, it seems like we're defending how golf works and how it's been working for a long time. It's a big contention in the community. I mean, it seems like a realistic goal to have some sort of metric set up to meet. But what is it? What's the opposite of that? At what point is everyone on the board going to be like, yeah, this is not working how it should? You know, like, where do we need to be at? And why is it so hard to discuss this? It's so strange. I mean, it seems like we should be doing what we can to make this profitable, so we could kind of get out of some of this funk that we have to deal with, and that's been going on for years.
Sorry, Andrew, I'm not sure who you said was next.
It's Leslie.
Okay.
Leslie, then
Uh,
Paula.
Then Linda.
No, then me.
Oh, and Linda. Okay, sorry.
And Linda, yep.
Okay, I have a problem with, a technical problem with this motion. And it is, we are discussing a budget and we are trying to put numbers around things. And this is just a general, we ought to be doing this and that, and there are no numbers here. And that's why I can't vote for it until I have some actual figures to say, this is how much revenue that we expect golf to bring in, and this is how much expense, et cetera, et cetera.
You can't vote for saving us money.
We're voting to ask them to do that.
Yeah.
That wasn't clear.
I think Linda was next, then Paula, or Paula, then Linda. I don't know.
It's Linda, then Paula.
I actually have a strange question for Joe that's been niggling at me ever since this came out. In our original materials, rather than what it says now, point B said that we would have a 3% cost of living increase. That's 3% for everybody across the board. That got changed to 3% increase to salaries and wages for possible merit increases and or mandatory cost of living increase for minimum wage employees. It troubles me. It's easier to give everybody 3%, and that includes the people at the low end of the totem pole and the high end of the totem pole. Whereas if you're just giving merit raises, there are some people who will get nothing.
Yeah, that is a potential. There is a potential for that, yes. And what I did misspeak with that. It was supposed to be just a merit-based raise for the managers to give to them to their employees or not give it to them. That's going to be based on that. Not everybody in every corporation gets a raise at times.
That's true. I just was wondering because I thought the COLA was
COLA's about 1.5%.
I know that's not much. I was
Yeah.
going to say, having worked for the association and not looking at managers and just being somebody who did it, well, I did a lot of things, but the 3% would be nice to be across the board for people to know they're going to get it rather than some who may get none and some who may get more than 3% maybe based on what you're saying and the money you've got to play with. That's all.
There's not a lot of money in there to play with, but again, it will be based on what the manager feels.
Okay, you answered the question. I just wondered why it changed.
Paula?
Thanks. So AJ, I want to get clarification because what Leslie kind of spoke to what I was going to. The motion as it stands reads that golf presents more conservative revenue projections and presents a balanced operational budget, correct? That is that they present that information to us. As I read the motion, and as I believe it was intended when AJ said it, was not that we put that into the budget at this time, but that they present that information. We still have a town hall. We still have to meet after that town hall to take community members' input into consideration before we vote. So I would not, I actually want to say the same thing. I don't know that I would feel comfortable voting on it without that information in front of me. I would like to see that. So I would be in favor of the motion as it's written to have them present what that would look like and how that would change the dynamics within the budget of the golf department. Is that your understanding and as well, AJ?
Yeah, I mean, we could never vote to actually include it in the budget if we don't ever see it. So we have to see it first.
So the vote on the table is to see it, to look at, to consider that and to present it to us to see what that would look like so that we can make a determination. I personally have concerns about, you're right, about where we've been each year. I've been heartened, I guess, by the fact that it gets better every year and where we managed to get to last year. And if his projections are correct, I would love to see golf continue to get to the place that it was getting to before COVID hit. So for me, I want to see those numbers. I want to see how that's going to affect our ability to maintain growth and be at a place where we can sustain golf. So that's, I guess unless anybody else has more questions, I don't know if we're prepared to call the question.
Karen, then Andrew.
I just wanted to hear that again, because I thought when I heard it the first time, it would directed a reduction in revenue, which is what I heard, which was what my main objection was to, but I didn't hear that when you reread it.
That was in conversation, the actual
Okay.
budget, the one that I wrote down and asked AJ as I wrote it down was that golf presents a more conservative revenue projections and presents a balanced operational budget. That's what I confirmed with AJ as right after he said it.
So it does say they present more conservative revenue, which is where I have an issue, because I feel like if our golf pro feels like he can hit those numbers, we should allow him to budget for those numbers and balance to a revenue target that he thinks that he should hit.
Andrew.
Balanced budget.
Thanks. No, I just wanted to just say I agree with you, AJ, that I think we should be working towards golf having a balanced budget, and I do think we should work towards that goal. I'm right there with you, and have been for a long time. it was helpful for Paula to clarify what it is we're voting on, because I would like to see that presented to us as well. So based on where we are right now, I would absolutely be supportive to see those numbers. So thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, and I'd like to reiterate that Brian even said in the budget meetings that those were, you know, fairly high revenue projections, you know, but he, you know, felt like he could meet them. And so bringing something more conservative, I would like to see what he thinks is, if that's his upper end of revenue projections, then I would like to see more of what like a conservative end of revenue projections is. Like, you know, what Rob said, like people are recreating, like the mountain bike industry has no bikes, parts, whatever available either. People are outdoor recreating, but people also still have unemployment stuff coming in and everything. And, you know, I still reiterate, a lot of economists are telling us that we have not actually seen like the bad part of this economic crisis that we potentially might be in. Now, maybe we circumvent it all and it's fine and whatever, but I don't, you know, I'm not, what I'm reading, I'm not really saying we should hedge our bets on that. Plus, we're in an election year, which is never good for the economy and the market. I think, Karen, you raised your hand.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to clarify, what is the ultimate goal here? To see the balanced budget or to see the revenue reduced? Because I can get on board with seeing the balanced budget. I really am having a hard time with saying, Brian, we need to see you reduce your revenue projection or bring in something more conservative. If he thinks he can hit it and he's confident, I don't want to give that direction to be more conservative if he thinks that that is conservative, I guess.
I guess for me is, I just lost my train of thought. Go ahead, Josh.
This probably does not help the conversation, but we also have to consider the demographics of the sport. And I know it varies, but it's usually a little bit on the higher end. And the demographics of people that are going to be affected or have been affected with their careers, and who ultimately fronts a lot of the bills for golf. So, I mean, you know, like what AJ said, we don't know what's going to happen with this stuff. And I think being conservative as possible is probably the best route to take.
Question.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion to present a more conservative and balanced budget operationally. And I'll pause right there. Do I have that accurate, Paula? Feel free to restate it.
I kept trying to get my cursor to go up there. That golf presents a more conservative revenue projections and presents a balanced operational budget.
All those in
I'm in
favor,
favor.
signify by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
I did not see how Director Jones voted,
I said I'm in favor.
and Mick Roberts, did you abstain?
Yes.
So I guess I would like Linda started asking about the 3% increase and stuff in the budget as well. And I guess I'd like to continue that conversation a little bit as well. I'd like to make a motion that we remove from the budget salary increases for staff.
I would second that.
And to be clear, that's not presenting that that's actually altering the budget in that capacity.
Discussion.
Rob?
When was the last time that, that staff members who were not legally, who were, the state law didn't require that they receive a raise? When was the last time that they received a raise?
Last year.
Last year would have been the state mandate. Lisa would have that.
Lots of other
information.
people got raises too, Joe.
Huh?
Yeah, there
Other
there
people
was.
got raises, you said, due to compression of wages.
Well, yeah, but that's due to the fact of the state mandate. If the state mandate wasn't there, we had people who were getting basically minimum wage that had tenure. So you had to move that a little bit to make it work.
So the financial to get them to the Washington state mandated salary rate, they got what the state required, plus a little bit more to get to that, say $15 an hour, whatever it is.
No, everybody who had to get the state mandated raises got it to that minimum wage. The people who were here who were at that number, they got a little bit, maybe a quarter or 50 cents, something like that. Nothing, not a lot, just so that there would be, a new employee would be making the same as someone who might have been here for 2 years. So that would be.
And Joe and Lisa, what do you have in place in terms of, you used the word merits. For me, and again, this goes back to corporate world, we had performance management, where there were certain things that we had to hit to get those wage increases. Do you have those?
Well, for your managers, yeah, we have their budgets and things of that nature, the KPIs that they have. For the line staff, the managers determine that from them based off of their work, how they work, customer service, things of that nature. When your job, I'm going to take an assumption, Rob, that it was a management type position where there was some pretty clear KPIs put forth as for a manager. But the line staff, the general line staff I would have to assume you oversaw them and gave merit raises based off of their performance.
Yeah, they had, actually, Joe, those were, they had to have measurable goals. And at the end of the year, they came in with objective, verifiable evidence that they reached those goals. But that, that's corporate, different environment, maybe than the association. I was just wondering if this 3% went through and it was merit, what's the process to determine how it's dispensed?
It'll be based off of the reviews done by the managers for their staff.
Okay. And then it was important to me just to understand when did people who haven't had a raise, when did they get, when was the last time that they had one that wasn't state mandated?
I'm going to have to defer that one to Lisa.
Lisa, do you know? You have to unmute.
Lisa. I know, I'm sorry. It just took me a second to find my unmute button. There was, how much did you take out of the budget last year, Joe? It was like $80,000.
Yeah, 87,000, yeah.
Initially put in, and then that was removed so that there were no staff increases budgeted. But mid-year, Joe and Joel got together and crunched some numbers and found out that we were actually better than on budget, and we was able to distribute about a 2% increase, mostly across the board, for those who didn't have, the people that had mandated raises. Obviously that raise was a whole lot more than 2%, but they wanted to be able to provide something. So we're talking about 25 cents an hour, maybe. But that was last year, mid-year. And it was based on the fact they were better than budget by the middle of the year and projected to remain so throughout the end of the year.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd just like to say that I definitely don't make this motion lightly, and I understand you know, what it means to make such a motion. I just, you know, in this time, you know, I'm taking pay cuts at work, not like actual pay cuts, not like staying flat, you know, and lots of people are taking pay cuts and or losing their jobs. And, you know, I feel for staff in that regard. And, you know, I would like to give staff a raise, but I just don't think that this is the time right now. I'm also curious. So when I look at the budget that was presented, you know, and I look through the various departments and I look at the salary line items, like accounting has seen 29% increase from 2016 to the 2021 budgeted amount for salaries. Facilities has seen 105 increase from 16 to 2021 in salaries. Golf management has seen a 51% increase from 16 to 2021 in salaries. You know, I can keep going on, but, you know, I think there's been more money allocated in the budget for salaries regularly.
Yeah, I would, AJ, I would say prior to me getting there, I think there was a lot more money put into line items for salaries. I would have to agree with you on that.
What do you mean a lot more? There's less.
Well, I mean, they've added, because there's been really nothing on our end since I've been here. And the numbers that, you know, from 16, from whenever they jumped them up, I couldn't speak to why or who, but I mean, there's obviously that were raises before I got here that they put in.
Yeah. I mean, what I look at, like accounting, 18 to 19 actuals, 20,000 increase. Facilities, 18 to 19 increase of 8,000. Golf management, 18 to 19 increase of 40,000. You know, so the salary line item budget presented in our budget has been consistently growing every year.
Again, from 19's budget was a budget that was formulated which I had no input on. That was already approved by the board.
I'm just going off actuals though. I don't really care what general manager like put it together necessarily. You know, I'm just looking at the straight numbers. And so I don't know, that's where I stand. It appears to me that there has been increases in the budget line items for salaries and in these uncertain times, while I just like reiterating what Josh said, like the class of people who use the golf course are probably not likely the class of people who are severely affected by this pandemic. And now the people who are severely affected by this pandemic, who've lost their job completely, who, you know, are being asked to foot the bill for these other things that they really shouldn't have to in the first place.
AJ, you may not have noticed, but Paula and Leslie have had their hands up.
Yeah, I noticed. I was just responding to Joe's.
Okay.
Paula, I think, was first, then Leslie.
I have a couple of questions. One, I want to be careful about assuming anything about the class of people that are being affected by this. I just think that that's important to throw out there. I wanted to ask a question of Lisa on turnover. I mean, and benchmarking. I'm pretty sensitive to employee turnover and the cost to a corporation or a business due to turnover. Can you speak to, I believe it was last year or the year before that we did a benchmarking study that directly looked at where we are in salaries and wages compared to the area, and where that, if I recall, when we looked at that, there was some of those increases were specifically to bring people up to be into comparable wages per job and area. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure, and you're right, we did do a pretty in-depth benchmarking survey specific to Whatcom County and the company that we were working with. Also, if you can't, a lot of our jobs are so very specific that they just don't have a ton of them in Whatcom County, so they would go out to other areas and other states that had a similar demographic and economic background. And we found that, not surprisingly, there's a lot of folks that were far beneath the average, and we put together a plan to raise some of those folks up at least to the 50 percentile mark. And we've still got, we have a couple of positions that are just not correct. They're just not the job description isn't supportive to the title. So that title is going to show a salary that really isn't appropriate for that job, if that makes sense. There's two of them. So that's something that we're addressing.
So did you do the benchmarking to job description rather than job title?
No, it was job title. They were specific to, I mean, it's for instance, an administrative assistant. That is pretty comparable across the board. Same with a greenskeeper or maintenance. It's pretty, these are pretty comprehensive studies, and we called around. So more than just taking the paper, we actually called other industries in the area, other golf courses and homeowners associations, and asked them what these positions pay for, and we found there's a pretty big difference.
Right. So thank you, Lisa. So I wanted to make just a statement on top of that. Were you done? Actually, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, thanks. So the statement that I wanted to make on that is I agree. It's really hard to tell what's going on. And I know that there are people out there, I mean, AJ, you said you're in that situation as well. There are also a lot of industries, however, and a lot of those tend to be skilled industries that people are still looking for. I hire all day, every day, and I'm having a hell of a time still finding people because they're in industries that are actually growing in this situation. And so I just want to be careful, I guess, that, you know, we don't take a line item out that possibly could end up costing us more money in the end, that we pull the 3% out, but we end up being in a really in a competitive situation, especially with our most valuable employees. The employees that are high performers, they're going to know that they're high performers, and they're going to know that they can get into a company with what's going on. I'm looking for high performers to bring into my company right now and hire. So again, I'd be reluctant to take it completely out of the budget and take away that opportunity for managers to make that decision where needed, and hopefully just be conservative with that. Just be aware that we could end up spending more money than we save in that.
And oh, sorry.
I apologize for stepping in
Josh.
here. I just thought I'd mention Steffi Jones has had her hand raised virtually for some time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Steffi, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see that.
That's all right. I was being patient. So the question did that get answered? Salary employees did get raises last year.
I don't think it was, I think it was more line staff. I don't think salary people got anything. I think it was more line staff.
Josh?
I just want to clarify something because my feet are all cut up from these eggshells. But when I talked about the demographics, I just said that we need to be considerate about that. You know, I don't want to throw people in a certain class. I mean, we all know what's up with some of that stuff, but you know, with all these with the research and economics and all that good stuff, you know, the demographics play a big part. So that's the only reason I brought that up. And I don't want to obviously make anyone angry over that. So just to clarify.
Call the question.
Yeah, we beat that horse.
Unless anyone has more discussion.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion as stated, to reduce salaries?
Not reduced.
Correction,
Excuse
we're
me.
not reducing salaries.
I should always rely on our trusted secretary. She knows she
Amen.
takes good notes. Go ahead, Paula. I think you're
You're on
muted.
mute.
Just unmuted myself and remuted myself. The motion on the table is to remove salary increases for staff.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry.
Any opposed? What was the count on that?
I'm sorry.
4-3.
Okay, I am muted. Now I'm opposed.
Okay, so knowing that, then it would, I have
Then it's
Portia?
3-4.
Gibbs, Roberts, myself opposed. And Bowens, Flitter, and so, I'm sorry, did I pronounce your last name right, AJ? I always call you AJ, so I apologize.
Fishletter.
Fishletter, thank you. And Jones against, so that would be 4-3.
So the motion does not pass.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, what's next on our budget discussion? If anything.
I'd like to know, I guess I'd like an answer on why the reserve study is so late this year. It's a huge part of the budget. And then Linda was bringing up the fact that our anticipated expenditures in the budget measure aren't based on anything. And I got issues with that. I think that is not necessarily the appropriate way of going about that, regardless of how we've historically done it. It doesn't seem like we should show anticipated expenditures that, unless that is our actual anticipated expenditures. And so I guess, I don't know, I've been asking about the reserve study forever. We were told at orientation that the reserve specialist came out in like September of last year. And I guess I just don't understand how we've allowed almost an entire year to slip by before even putting eyes on this document. And now we're not even going to see it until like the week we're going to vote on the budget.
Is there a project plan that gets like a project plate that gets rolled out every year for the reserve study, or is there like a milestone process flow chart or something? I mean,
the reserve study is supposed to be updated yearly without having an on-site inspection, and every 3 years we're supposed to have them come out for on-site inspection.
yeah. So you know what I'm getting at, AJ. I'm wondering what's the, so what's the critical path? What are the dates that certain things need to get hit? And I'm wondering if those things, if there was information that wasn't available, or were they asking for more information?
Every other reserve study I've looked at has been dated in like April or May.
Is
You're muted, Joel.
It's literally supposed to help drive our budget.
Yeah, no, I understand that stuff, and we need it. I was just wondering if there was like I don't know, maybe it's not that complex, but if there was a project plate for it where these are the tasks and here's when they're going to get hit and here's the durations for them and whatnot,
Okay, I can answer these questions. So the reserve study, So this is what the reserve study, what they get. They came out here, they did an on-site inspection in, I believe, September, actually. They're probably just going around doing kind of like an inventory observation, looking, see if we have these assets, so on and so forth. And then what we submit to them is we submit to them everything that I have closed out for the year 2019, all our capital assets. Then they get a listing of the capital assets, deletions, things like that. This year I told them what was in construction in progress as well, so they knew those amounts and what it applied to in terms of what reserve study ID number. I also had some managers give me a listing this time around of some things that hang around, like on the reserve study, that we're going to have them just take off, just silly things that kind of kick around on that thing. And then at first we were also thinking, the finance committee was thinking maybe we could talk to them about taking the barn 8 rebuild off and just putting the component units back on. So when I got all the assets closed out for the audit and the updated construction in progress numbers, so all that stuff has been, the reserve study has all the information. That's all submitted to them. They're working on the study right now. And when I talked to them about the barn 8 situation, you know, his recommendation was, since the board, you know, especially this November, the composition of the board will change. Obviously, people are up for re-election anyways, that since there's no concrete plan on when these like big ticket items, when I say big ticket items, I'm talking about like for SURF, the things that we kicked to 2029, barn 8, clubhouse interior refurbishment, Area Z maintenance building replacement. Since there's no consensus or even any sort of a concrete plan on when those things are going to be done, to just go ahead and just leave that reserve, just leave them alone right now for this time around. And then when the board comes up with a better idea for that, then to change that on the next reserve study, the 2021 reserve study. So that's where those pieces are. And just in terms of like, you know, just to give you some quick background on reserve studies, because maybe a lot of people probably wouldn't know unless they read it. But a reserve study is actually fairly straightforward from the standpoint that it's basically, the only thing that'll be on that reserve study are our capital assets, meaning the stuff that we replace, not land, but things that we replace, like buildings, roads, you know, things like that. And then it just goes by the life of that asset and then the replacement cost of that asset. That's what is appearing on the reserve study. Now, that is not exactly the same thing as the 10-year spending plan, which is what you guys are looking at for the budget. What's on the 10-year spending plan has some big ticket items like, you know, I just talked about those, barn 8, clubhouse interior refurbishment, Area Z building. That's like $13.2 million worth of stuff. So the thing is, obviously, like you guys know, you don't know precisely when you're going to be doing any of these things. So that's why they've been moved to 2029 for planning purposes as of right now. Like Linda brought it up in an email about the Area Z maintenance building, and true on the reserve study, it says 2021 for the reserve study. But we know that, or at least I haven't received any indication from anyone from the board that you are actually going to be doing that in the year 2021. If you tell me that you are going to do that, then I'll gladly take that and kick it back into 2021. Then that will jack up the dues, obviously, for SURF. So the big thing at this point, the 2019 reserve study, which I use for these numbers, anything that's been moved from one year to the other, that 2.5% escalation clause, which is outlined in the reserve study, has been applied to those numbers. So the numbers that you're looking at should be good numbers. The big question for you will be, which will really affect your dues in the future, is what do you want to do with these big ticket items? Because in terms of the reserve study, in terms of like how much you're funded, in terms of fully funded or whatever, the only two things that can change your funding levels are either you raise dues, meaning capital dues, or you start removing some big ticket items that you don't plan on working on from the reserve study, and then that would improve your funding levels. Either one of those two things. So that's basically where you stand. So you're, I guess for you guys, and this would probably maybe apply more to the next board, that when the next board takes over in after November, would be what you want to do with those big ticket items, because that's what is really going to be driving your dues in the future and your funding levels.
So
Those-
I don't feel like that was answered. I mean, thank you for the long explanation on that, that people know the difference. That is good. But I don't feel like the question was answered.
Why are
we
we
don't
getting
have
this
it.
at the last possible second?
Well, I told you, I mean,
We
like,
need
the
this.
reason why is
How
like,
could we?
the reason why is one thing was I was closing out stuff for the audit, but then another thing that kind of came into it was the questioning, like with the finance committee and stuff about possibly taking Barn 8 off. There was just some kind of confusion, I guess, in terms of like what direction you really wanted to go for the reserve study. So when we actually got the reserve study.
I mean,
I mean,
I saw the email that you sent, and I have great concerns about this reserve specialist. The composition of the board has nothing to do with the reserve study, period. That shouldn't even factor in, and the fact that he said that is a bit alarming to me. And as
It really
someone who
is.
does capital planning, programming, and implementation, it is completely inappropriate to put massive amounts of money into your budget planning document that you don't know if that's what you're going to do or not. Like, that's just not what you do. That you're artificially inflating our need for dues monies by doing that for no reason. And going off the 2019 reserve study, like, for starters, I thought I've almost heard everyone say that they have issues with the things in the 2019 reserve study. So basing anything off of this document is also a little alarming. And I'm a little alarming that like some of the stuff that's in the reserve study and in the 10-year SURF capital plan is like, I don't even know where these numbers come from. Like
these numbers come from the reserve study.
Yeah, and I'm saying there's stuff in the reserve study, in that 2019 reserve study, that the numbers that have been put in there because of association has completed this in a certain year and it costs this much.
Yeah.
Like particularly with the pools is highly inflated. The number is completely not what we paid for that asset. And it's not even the same work. For example, replacement of the deck or repair of the deck is a thing in the reserves 2019 reserve study for both pools. So is resurfacing. We have a bid from Tiger on how much they charge us to do that stuff. And that was full on demolition and replacement of those things. These are just repairs. And the numbers that show up in our GLs and in the bid proposals from Tiger do not match the numbers that have been imported into the reserve study.
Yeah, you're talking about the surf loan stuff, the pools. Yeah, surf loans. Yeah, and actually, AJ, when I gave him these numbers, I gave him also updated numbers of what we actually closed those decking and stuff like that out for those surf loan things. So because
are those numbers presented in this budget that you gave us? Or the spreadsheet that you just sent to me that I requested? Are those the numbers that you gave to the reserve consultant to put in?
No, this spreadsheet right here comes from the 2019 reserve study. So what I gave him were the closed out items.
So the the spreadsheet Excel file that you just sent us this week, the numbers that are implemented into that 10-year plan, the first column on the left is a cost estimate, right? And if you go down to the main pool deck repair on our budget binder, it says 300. Hold on, let me find it again. I lost it. $339,714. The bid amount for complete demolition and rebuild of that asset was only like $198,000.
Do you have a ID number on that one, AJ?
What do you mean ID number? Asset ID number?
Yeah, under column E for you.
1105. just, I mean, I went through this, like, I looked at the GLs, I looked at the bid proposal that Tiger was awarded on. The numbers don't match up. They're significantly higher, even with the change order that happened on the pool. And it's like, so, and then there's zero consistency amongst this reserve study. I mean, some of the buildings have some components that other buildings don't, and some of them have components that just, I'm not even sure they're actually components. Like paint is not an asset. Like siding is the asset that we're maintaining. Like there's so much in this reserve study that's just off.
For that main pool deck repair, that 339714, yes, that is right in the reserve study on that asset number 1105. So you have a copy of the reserve study. I gave you like 300 years worth of reserve studies, but you'll see if you look up that asset number, you will find that exact asset number with that number on there, 339714.
And what I'm saying is 339 is not what we paid for that. And the project that we did do is not even the same as what the reserve study is stating. And if you actually look at the 2018 reserve study, that component is broken out to repair the like 25% of the pool deck on a reoccurring schedule. Like we should not, this thing is presented again, as Linda always said, run to fail. So we just run this thing for 20 years instead of maintaining it throughout the course of time, and then we just spend a fortune tearing it all up and replacing it again. And this is why I've been asking about the reserve study for 9 months.
That the number for the decking, I gave him the updated number. That was actually, this item right here wasn't actually closed out until the year 2019. We were still spending money on, you're right.
What is the updated number?
I have to look it up.
Is this a discussion better had offline for the 2021 budget?
I don't think so. I think that it should be open.
I don't see how this particular discussion impacts the 2021 budget, and that is what the agenda item is. And I do believe we have an obligation to stick with the agenda, which is related to the 20.
The reserve study factors into the budget.
Right. And it's,
But not
the
every-
numbers don't match up. So that's a huge deal. So it isn't something we're just going to
This-
brush aside.
This
I'm not
particular
trying to brush it aside, but I'm trying to have meaningful conversation, and arguing back and forth is not meaningful conversation.
But I'm trying to ask questions and I don't feel like I'm actually getting any answers.
Yeah, I think an answer would be appropriate. Like, why aren't these numbers matching up? What is the number that you just sent then? That should be at your fingertips.
While you're looking, Joel, and one thing, AJ, you mentioned before about how, big ticket items and whatever, we're inflating the budget. And that's why on this dues projection worksheet, why we called those out separately, pulled them out to show that they were not factored into the dues calculation itself, that we had pulled them out separately. And that's those separate 2 lines down there under additional special assessment. So I wanted to call that out. Because last
They're
year there
in
was a
our
lot
reserve
of.
study and required by law to say what our deficit is, as Linda has pointed out to us. So it does factor in, even if you pull them out. And if you can just willy-nilly pull them out of the capital plan like that, then they shouldn't even be in there to begin with.
So can we ask the questions and ask that it come back to us instead of going back and forth? Like, I just don't feel like we're getting the answers that we probably need, and coming up with it right at your fingertips isn't always easy if you don't know what the question was. I'm just looking at trying to keep us on track and for time and information, accuracy of information. It doesn't feel like this is the best way to get accurate information. But I also understand your frustration that you haven't received it yet. So can we come to a consensus on how to get this information to everybody in a timely manner?
Well, we've done that before and it's never really happened. It's 3 days later, 5 days later. He asked a direct question of what was the new number provided to the reserve specialist.
Okay, if this feels good to everybody else and like we're getting somewhere, then I'll
Well, I just want to
defer to
know
that.
if he can or can't answer it for AJ.
The biggest concern I have is
I've-
I have
I've got
so
the-
many
I've got the
concerns about
number.
the
There you go,
reserve
he's
study
got
and we're
it.
not getting it.
There you go. He's got it, you guys.
So the main pool deck repair that I reported to them, 315,221.
In the bid proposal for the main pool deck demolition and rebuild is only $198,000.
Yeah, I know, but you have all sorts of things like you have like all the planning and all that stuff that has to be capitalized, interest, all that sort of stuff. It's not just their invoice. It's going to be whatever studies were done ahead of time that will also be capitalized.
That's not what we put into this asset item is to repair the marina deck, not replace it. And we're inserting monies that replace the deck and other stuff.
AJ, I just want to jump in. I get you're frustrated, man. I can see it, I can hear it, but you're almost yelling at Joel, you know, and I get that you're frustrated, but I can see him trying to work your computer, listen to you, but you're just kind of snapping at him, man. Why don't you tone it down a little bit, bro?
Well, I'm tired of getting the runaround.
I get it.
No,
But
you don't get it, Rob, because he asks and asks and asks, and then he demands, and then he gets chastised. Same thing happens to
Steffi,
all.
I understand, but I'm just saying that.
No, you don't understand. You
I
can't
do
say
understand, Steffi. Please stop lecturing me. I'm
Then you
sorry.
stop
I'm raising my
lecturing
voice.
AJ.
I'm sorry. I'm raising my voice. AJ,
Yeah.
just if you could tone it down a little bit, please.
You're
I believe
lecturing.
Linda had
You
her-
told me to
Okay,
stop lecturing,
all right.
and you're lecturing AJ.
I think that's good enough.
I think it would be great practice if the three of us were given the same respect as everyone else. And then when we stand up for ourselves, we get chastised and told that we're rude or inappropriate or unprofessional, but we can have mud slung our way and we can be dismissed constantly.
You're not being dismissed.
Yes, we are,
Paul has
because
asked to move the conversation along in a meaningful way. Rob has just simply suggested to maybe tone it down a little bit. I think Karen has questioned whether or not we're on point as well. So I'm just feeling that I think if we could just ask direct questions, which I think Andrew has,
he
and
did.
get a response, and we
He
can
did.
keep moving forward. Andrew, do you have any further questions for Joel?
This is
I
a
believe
joke.
I want to
had her
know an
hand
exact date to expect the reserve study.
That was okay. So that's the question: is when can we expect the reserve? That's what I heard.
At this point, I would project approximately 3 weeks.
I mean, that's like the day we vote on the budget.
That's unacceptable.
It is. They were here in September. It should take them more than 90 days to put the document. Half of it is copy paste.
Joel, what could you do to push that back from 3 weeks? What could you do can you improve that?
I don't know, actually, if we could actually tell him this is just the timeline that he gave me. The reserve study specialist is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I don't know if I could, call him up and say if it could be given to us sooner.
Karen?
Can I ask Joel, two questions. How much do you anticipate the 2020 budget, 2020 reserve study changing from the 2019 in terms of dollar amounts? I mean, I know some things have moved around, but the total dollar amounts. And then walk us through, I understand that the reserve study impacts dues, but to what extent do you think that those changes will then impact 2021 dues that we are talking about, and maybe provide us a little bit of explanation?
Oh my God, he
around
just
that.
did that. I'm sorry. He just did that with a long history and then said that it wouldn't matter until the next board voted. We just had all that.
Okay, then could you answer my two questions, please? How much do you anticipate it changing, and the impact on 2021 dues that you anticipate?
In terms of whatever it was in 2020, that has been moved to 2021, that we decided to move to 2021, has been applied to the 2.5 escalation clause, which the reserve study outlines. So unless there's some sort of huge increase in building costs or something like that, because the reserve study is going to apply their estimates of replacement costs according to their, I'm sure, their industry standard software that they use. I don't really anticipate like some material change for 2021. Like I said before, the big thing, I mean, the big decisions that need to be made would be these big ticket items like the Barn 8 and so on and so forth. Those are really the things. And just when do you want to do it? What year do you want to do it?
So this is taking until September and we're basically trotting out the same reserve study?
What do you mean? I told you we'll get the 2020 reserve study back. You know,
Karen asked how much is actually, basically I took Karen's question to be how much is actually changing in the reserve study. You know, she said dollar wise, but you could just correlate that to component wise or what's actually in there. Is every component that's in it currently is just staying in there?
With the exception.
So we're essentially trotting out the same reserve study. With
Sure,
just
unless
projects pushed
unless
back.
do you have an idea of what you want removed from it? Like, for example, I can tell you
Oh,
this
yeah.
right now.
Lots of stuff, but I don't
what
think
about-
anyone would appreciate that conversation happening right now because we'd be here till midnight.
Like, for example, the Area Z building is scheduled, according to the reserve study, to be done in 2021. Are you telling me you want to do that in 2021? Because if you do, I'll gladly move it into 2021 and then raise the surf dues, because that's what you're looking at. Is that what you want to do?
No, I'm saying those projects haven't been vetted through the community. And
That's a perfect example of what is in the reserve study under 2021 that you're telling me you have no idea when you want to do that thing. But so do you want me to move it back or do you want to leave it in 2029? Because you keep complaining, you pick on these stupid little things, but then you have these big ticket items in 2029 and you have no idea when you want to do those things. And that's what's really going to affect dues materially in the long run.
I think we all understand that too.
we have no idea if the community even wants those things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Meaning like,
So why are they even in there in 2029?
Oh, yeah. Well, like the Barn 8 is in 2024, I believe, right? Like in the reserve study for Barn 8. So but the thing is, like, of course, I don't think you're in favor of, you know, rebuilding the Barn 8. I've heard you say that before. So since no one knows, like, you know, planning in terms of when you're actually going to do that barn, so it was just kicked into the 2029 year kind of as a placeholder at that point. But these big items right here are the things that will really affect your dues, and those will be the things that that the board will have to discuss, or the new board, in November. And if you decide to do something drastically different with those big items, that's what's really going to drop like the reserve study amounts and funding levels.
Linda, and then Leslie. Linda, something's wrong with your connection, or
In neither of the budgets that were presented in the budget materials to us, the surf plan or the alternate surf plan, is the replacement of the maintenance building in 2021. Everybody can go look. I just did. So
it's in 2029. That's where it's at. It's been kicked to 2029.
But I keep hearing you telling AJ that the reserve specialist has now put that back in for 2021.
Yeah, and you want to know why they put it back in 2021? Can you tell me when it's going to be done? You don't know, do you? No one on the board knows this. So it's like, what am I supposed to do? Tell the reserve study guy, you take that completely out the reserve study. How can I tell them to do that when that's one of our assets that has to be worked on? I mean, if
Leslie has her hands up. Leslie has her hands up. Her hand up. Thank you.
There is a little disagreement about what's going on with the big projects, which currently we have moved into 2029. At this point, the board can, if it decides, completely remove those projects
Yeah.
from the reserve study and just leave them, unaddressed at this point. Is there anybody who would like to do that, to pull them completely out of the reserve study so that we don't have to, even talk about them anymore?
Is that legal?
They were
Don't
just
you have
put
to
in
list
there
it?
on a wish.
Well,
Okay.
I'm asking
Making sure.
a question.
Linda?
Leslie, my response to you would be the components need to go back in.
Yes.
You
Oh,
know,
yes.
the
No,
components need to go back in, but those
Yeah.
big numbers,
If we don't, if at this point, we really do not see any future for replacing the maintenance building or the recreation center or anything like that, we probably should make the assumption that what we have is what we are going to have going forward.
maintain.
And yes, we need to keep maintaining them. And Linda's right, we need to put the maintenance figures back in there. But if the board says, forget it, we are not going to replace these things, let's get it out of there.
You know, I
I
kind
think,
of
I think
understand
the
what
statement
Joel's.
is mostly, we're not going to replace these things until the community has vetted the projects and their needs have been assessed.
And we don't have that. We don't know what that is. So why should we even have it in there?
I've been saying that for 9 months. Actually, I've been arguing with Karen about it on Facebook for 2 years, probably.
So
I
let's
recommend you take 'em off.
right now
That's
tell the community, we have no intention of replacing the barn or the maintenance building.
That's not what I'm saying.
Can I just bring up?
If you want to
this
say that, you can
directly
go ahead and
relational
say
to the
that. That's not what I'm
2021
saying.
budget? Is this directly related to the 2021 budget? This conversation right now?
It's all intertwined in the budget. I don't know the answer
Is
to
it
that.
related? That's my question. Is this 2021? Sorry, Paula. I'm sorry, Paula.
Okay, it's
Well,
not
if
that
the
this is
reserve
an
specialist is
important
putting those big
conversation
projects back in 2021, then yeah, it does.
to the 2021 budget. Is it affecting the 2021 budget, which is what is the agenda item right now that we are on?
To answer
don't-
that,
I think it's an
only,
important discussion. I just want to keep us on track. Karen, sorry.
no, I'm just gonna say, it only impacts the 2021 budget if we are going to say right now, if it's in the reserve study, we are doing it. Is anybody saying that right now? That we're gonna follow the reserve study exactly to a T 100%? Okay, right. So we put together a spending plan and we put together some estimates that get us to close to baseline funding looking over the next several years so that we can cover the projects that are in there, not these big projects, the other things, and we can not run out of money. That's what we've done. Can we move on from this discussion? AJ, you bring up good points. I think there is a lot of discussion to be had around this. And I hope that we will continue it in the future, but I don't think it
Oh, we will.
specifically, it doesn't specifically relate to the 2021 budget. So are there anything else related to 2021 budget that we need to discuss? Because we still need to go through the ballot materials for the 2021 budget in terms of formatting and all of that and what we're presenting.
And I
Also, just
apologize.
as a formality, the agenda item is just budget discussion.
And I apologize for adding to this too. Steffi Jones has had her virtual hand raised for a little bit again. I just wanted to make sure that she was addressed.
Go
No,
ahead,
that was
Steffi.
so
Sorry,
old.
I
We're
gotta
done.
pay attention to that.
That was a while
No,
ago.
that's-
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. We're done with that. On to the next. Thanks.
So may we then move on to the ballot materials? Linda brought up some questions about some of it. And I think it's a good point about some of the things that maybe we don't need to include. And I believe I heard from you, Linda, that you think that maybe this dues projection worksheet may not even be in there. Can we set that one at least aside for now. And maybe look into it a little bit more, read the law and see if we think that, I believe it was page 14 from the 2019 booklet. If we feel like that would cover our obligations under the law regarding the reserve study and the deficiency or surplus, and then focus on the other materials that Joel put together as far as what needs to go in the ballot booklet related to the budget and budget support.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe we need all those pages, but you know, it's the reserve study and you know, if we're not working with the current one and there's differences in that, I don't know that putting all those extra pages in there really has relevance where the current deficiency or surplus certainly does. And that's that page 14. And I'm not exactly sure how that was put together, but it seems more like what we as an association are actually doing. And maybe
Right.
I'm wrong about that.
Right. So I would like to take some time to review the law a little bit more and maybe come back to that particular aspect.
Okay,
That we're
that works perfect. That works perfectly fine. I kind of got so many pages planned for you guys anyway. If it's less than that, I'll be tickled pink.
So I'm just gonna go through this because I'm anxious to get through this. So page 2 of the agenda packet, measure 1, and I just want to call this out. We haven't changed much other than this is one place where there is a change, where the measure itself lists total revenue, assessment revenue, and then, so it's, hold on, it's assessment revenue, non-assessment revenue, and then the total combined assessment and non-assessment revenue. So both in the words and in the table.
Thank
Are
you
there
very much.
any comments about that? Okay. Or the wording, I mean, we're looking at this for words and all that. I guess we have another chance to review it, but basically the format of that, the wording is fine. I'm taking it. Next page, number 3, just shows the dues. So this is a similar table that was in last year, and it just shows the dues monthly and annual for developed and undeveloped lots and splits it out by category and shows the percentage change. Comments, questions? Okay. The next page, page 4, proposed 2021 consolidated budget compares the 2021 budget and expense income, sorry, the 2020 budget and expense income detail, sorry, budget income and expense detail to the 2021 budget income and expense detail.
Is this the 2020? Is that actuals or this is
Oh,
just
no.
the budget?
Yeah, this is budget.
Okay.
2020 budget compared to the 2021 budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, budget to budget comparison. And my papers got all messed up. Was that, oh, there's one more. Then page 5 is for surf roads and the mailbox fund comparing 2020 projected. So these are the numbers we talk about monthly almost on the, I can remember the name of that report right now. I'm sorry, Joel.
Oh, the capital cash sheet, whatever. Like the third
That's
page
right.
of the finance packets.
Right, so the 2020 projected, and these are as of May right now is what you have in there, correct?
Yeah, usually.
So- Yeah, so the numbers will be updated, then that compared to the 2020 budget.
Another question on that one on page 5, where it says anticipated expenditures both for surf and for roads. It isn't anticipated expenditures, it's cash available to spend.
Yeah, that would be right. Just money that's going to go out the door on approved
Yeah,
stuff.
because we are bringing in this certain amount, but we are required to keep in our on our capital these basic 600 and 500,000. So other than that, if we keep this amount aside, that we have this amount available to spend to vote on it, during the year.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the wording that we want to change that to? Are you saying you want to change the,
I don't
line
know
item.
if I want to change the line or just in some way indicate that we haven't voted to spend this amount, but we have this available to spend on capital projects if we choose.
want to work through
Anybody
that,
have any
Joel?
comments on that, or just, am I kind of beating a dead horse right now?
I mean,
No, I
could-
see what you're saying.
I could change it from anticipated expenditures to available amount for expenditures, if you like that.
Board comments?
I think as long as it's not tied, since, Joel said, it's not tied to anything on the reserve study,
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. So who knows? We could be spending our money from 2020. I don't know.
And the thing is, and you could also, Linda, you could have other expenditures that we don't even have yet, like some other asset that you want to purchase.
Oh, yeah, if something comes up, I mean.
Yeah,
need the
something
money for
could come
something.
up.
Yeah, right. An emergency, whatever.
Yep. I get that. It's weird to try and, we usually speak with that our reserves, the projects that we plan are based on our reserve studies to some extent.
Yeah.
But to know that that number just is there to make sure that we're coming down to our minimum carryover, that's a completely different scenario than these are projects that this is within the reserves that we do. So that's all I'm concerned about. And that's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
And so I believe too that when the 2020 reserve study is received, it will also update these percent funded, the fully funded amounts over here and the percent funded on the side. Is that correct? That'll update. Okay.
But are we going to
And
see
then-
that? Are we going to see that before we have to go to press?
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Because
That's
I think,
good.
Linda, this will go to press end of September, I want to say, right? September.
No, that's when it gets mailed out. We're going to have that discussion next if you think this one was fun.
Did you recall the date quickly, like the mail out date?
I plan on hopefully all the information in the booklet and that needs to be the ballot measures is going to go to the printer mailer, third-party vendor on the 8th, 9th of September. They get mailed out on the 28th.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm checking. Gosh darn, where's my calendar? I had it out specifically for this reason. Oh, well, forget it. Okay. Okay, so below, were there anything else with this table?
No.
Specifically? Okay. Then below this are basically just some similar wording that has been in there, I think kind of carried over from year to year. I don't think anything in there has really changed much, other than the no dues increase. And then on the final page, number 6, it just calls out any significant increases or decreases to the operations budget from 2020 to 2021. And these were the same that were in or very similar to what was in our budget packet.
Yeah.
I think it was like one of the first pages. So I believe we've seen this before. So nothing? Okay. Just to make sure I've got it. The changes that we discussed were on page 5 under roads to change that to say a maximum contribution.
Yep.
And then on page, just talking about it. I keep losing my stuff. Oh, here we go. Sorry, also on page 5 to change the wording on anticipated expenditures to note that it's the amount available to spend essentially. And then we will all look at the law, the RCW, regarding what needs to be presented as far as the surplus or deficiency. It's actually on, I listed the number of it if you want to look it up, on this dues projection worksheet, page 7, I believe. It calls it out 6490,525. Requires that the budget contain the current deficiency or surplus in the reserve funding expressed on a per unit basis. That's just the one sentence, but I would encourage everyone to go back and look at that and compare that to the 2019 ballot book if you have it available, and see what of those reserve study tables we actually need to include and which we can take out. They're pretty long and confusing, to be honest. So if we can make things simpler for the community and still feel like they know what's going on, I think that would be a positive step.
Ooh, I have a question, Karen. I'm sorry. It goes back, I need to go back to your 2029 dues collection thing. Because in there in the bottom of the page, there's all the notes about what's been removed, that sort of thing. It also has 2 stars by it that says, and it's the one that I quoted to you, requires that the budget contains the current deficiency or surplus in reserve funding expressed on a per unit basis. The table above utilizes the 2019 reserve study in order to determine necessary dues contributions to achieve baseline funding. And that means that according to our reserve study and the spreadsheets we've gotten, that are out of the 2019 reserve study, that we have the funds to cover all projects listed for that particular year without dropping to zero in the fund.
That's right.
That's correct. Okay, I'll go back and look at what we've got and see what I think.
That's
Okay.
baseline funding, yeah.
And again, this might be a sheet, if we determine that that page 14 from the ballot book is sufficient, maybe this isn't something that we find to be relevant or helpful to the membership. So
Yeah,
that's
I
something. that
just,
we
you
can
know, that's why I say this whole thing with tying that the number of anticipated expenditures in SURF that have no relevance in what's in the reserves, it's just a little unnerving. I'm sorry. But it's okay. It's what it is what it is.
So I think that the dues projection is very helpful to the community. I think it gives them an idea. And I'm kind of curious, the one that's presented here in this ballot down below, the asterisk that Linda points out says this table utilizes baseline funding. But we know that the SURF plan fluctuates from year to year. And we saw in previous ones of these that dues actually fluctuated up and down. And now we're not seeing this. So this isn't baseline funding. This is something above baseline funding, if that's the case.
Right, so that's the note below that says this considers the bylaw limitation. So that's one, to make sure that we weren't going above that. And it also eliminates annual increases and decreases after 2024 to allow reserves to build. Anyway, it's that last comment down there. And this is not a straight, so last year was a straight calculation from the reserve study. And it had the ups and downs, and it was $400 and then $153 and $287, and I'm making up numbers, but it went up and down and up and down. So one thing, pulling out those big ticket items and pulling them out and pulling them aside so that you could see that they weren't impacting this number. And then also we looked at it and there was like 4 years where it was either flat or going down, and then it needed to go up again in 2029. And we thought, that's silly. We wouldn't actually do that. And so we were trying to show to the membership how it might look. Again, this is not a true dues projection because every board is going to decide each year what to present to the membership to vote on. But it was our best way to try to show something reasonable. Number one, that we had put thought into about the bylaw, about the dues limit bylaw, and that we weren't just going to present something to the membership that completely ignored it. I realize the special assessment on the bottom completely ignores it, but there's a whole lot of assumptions and loans and spreading that out that go into that. And it's so much. So we just package it down there. But the other was to show kind of a more smoothed out look. This was a concern that the finance committee had, that they wanted to provide the community with some assurance or just, I guess, some stability, I guess. So it is not, and we don't have to present it this way. This was just another way to look at it. It was the latest version that the finance committee looked at, that one, addressed the bylaw limit, and number two, kind of smoothed out dues so that we didn't have those increases and decreases throughout the time period. And we tried to note.
And I guess my concern is I think the membership should be able to see what it actually is, not some fabricated, smoothed out curve that now conveniently factors in the 7% dues limitation.
Right, so that's what, like, the page 14 out of the previous packet, sorry, the previous budget packet would show. It would just show the straight calculation. The fully funded projection, so it shows the year, the current deficiency per month, and it shows the fully funded method dues projection, the baseline method dues projection. So it would list it all out right there, and it actually shows it for, like Linda said, 30 years. So it would have it straight out there. Again, we do or we don't have to show this dues collection. We've provided it 3 different ways, 3 different scenarios. This latest one is the one that we try to put the most thought into it about how we think it might actually look, but every board will be able to determine that each year. So.
Yeah, I guess for me, like we said, those tables that come out of the reserve study are not the most useful for people to look at. And this dues projection table makes it breaks it down very easy to see, what are our needs from year to year, and it can show you what it helps the community understand better from year to year what we could expect our dues needs to be.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one place where I think it got confusing was that, like, if you decrease it in one year and then you increase it the next, but really you should be planning ahead. If you know that, well, this year we don't have that many projects planned, but next year we have a lot, you would want to plan for that and say, let's just keep our dues, our capital contribution flat, so that we're building. We actually did this for roads this year. So we're building up a little bit and we can spend it next year to cover the projects that we have. So I'm honestly fine either way. I don't have a strong opinion about how we show it, but I'm just explaining the thought process behind showing it this way, was because I would assume that's what a board would do. If they were looking over 3 to 5 years and they saw a drop in expected projects and then a bump up, they would try to smooth that out. So.
But that doesn't actually give the membership the actual costs that are needed. Not that the reserve study is particularly well put together, so a lot of those costs are pretty off anyways, but
Well, they're based on assets that we own, correct? I mean, that's
yeah.
what's listed in there. Okay. So I think this deserves a second conversation. Number one is, do we include this sheet? And then the next question is, which version of it do we include? So I think that should be on our next agenda, actually. And I think part of that is us looking at the law and making sure that we are presenting it according to the law and in the most helpful way to the membership. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Good work.
It was Joel's work. I just talked about it.
Well, it was a collaborative effort then. Well done, both of you. And I'm sure we're leaving many other folks out too, but good job all around. So it's a review, so we're not voting on that. So we'll move into our next agenda item, if we may, and that would be our lot mitigation discussion. Go ahead, Joe.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to get back to you guys. There were some questions that were brought up about it before. As far as what would be in the closing documents, everything would be in there, the permit, the easement, and any other documents that we deem necessary for that. So they would have to come to us before anyways. So that's part of that as well. So when they turn in their plans to go ahead and build, all of those will be in there as well. All the documentation that we are requiring, and then it will be part of the closing documents. So that is one of the things that will definitely be in there. The other thing that was brought up, Linda had asked about a deposit. That was wrong. That's coming out.
Okay.
And then the one thing AJ brought up was about the monitoring. The way this is going to work, the county does generally require monitoring and a collateral for a permit with a wetlands mitigation. So that will go through the county. Going forward, after they turn it over to us, the developer, we will make sure in the paperwork when we go through closings and part of the stuff turned over to us, we will make the developer be on the hook for the maintaining of those said areas. So everything like that will go through the attorney before closing, and the developer will know that straight up that this is the way it's going to be. So those were the questions that you guys had asked. So I got them back to you. So this is not to really, it is to benefit Sun Valley a little bit, but with the developers and the builders, they're not going to get off the hook. They're going to be on the hook. If they want to do this, they're going to jump through the hoops that we deem necessary and important for Sun Valley. And the questions that you guys brought up, everything will go through the attorneys. So if they want to play in our sandbox, more or less, they're going to play by our rules.
Is that the end of your report, Joe?
Yeah,
Any
that's it.
questions?
Yeah.
Okay, and are we looking for a motion on this front?
If you guys want to ponder it a little bit longer, you're more than welcome to. I mean, you had the questions. If you want to vote on it, you can. It's not like this is like it needs to be done tomorrow. You guys have some time to think about it. And again, it's just something that we might be able to, build out a couple more houses, maybe not, again, but the developers have to play by our rules. And that's what this is trying to set up to make sure that, we have it in place. And if they don't want to do it, it's up to them. And it's up to you guys if you want to go ahead and do it. So I'm just a provider of the information.
So
I think AJ had his hand up.
You mentioned there was like, I think it was just a minor change, but something about deposit. And
Yeah.
can you just provide us maybe with the updated policy, and then next meeting, maybe we just address the voting
Okay, that's fine.
on it or something, just so we can see that final copy?
Okay. All right, I'll get the final copy from the attorney and we'll go from there.
Sounds good to me, if everyone else is okay.
Sounds great.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Joe. New business. Go ahead, Paula.
EPC has 4 new members that they wanted to bring before the board. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve Mark Lester, Claire Will, Kenneth Will, and Carla Ward for the EPC.
Second.
We'll approve by acclamation. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Paula.
I also just want to, I have to go. So I apologize. Is there anybody that can take over just the writing of the motions for the rest of the evening? If a motion is made.
I'll do it, Paula.
All right, thanks. Have a good night.
Thanks, Paula.
Hi, Paula.
Okay, attorney memo.
Okay, guys, like I said, if you thought you were having fun. So on Tuesday last week, I had a phone conversation with Unilect, our third-party election vendor. I'd emailed several questions I needed verified to continue moving forward with getting things ready for them. And in order to continue preparing the voting materials, a couple of issues need to be resolved by the board. After getting the attorney's memo, I sent a private email to Andrew and asked him if I could, his permission to please share that with Unilect. They're out of California, and I wanted them to know what was going forward with our attorney and stuff. And during that time, it became clear that there are items that need to be addressed, that were addressed by our attorney, that we need to discuss and vote on in order to move forward. The draft voting materials need to be sent to Unilect by September 8th and 9th and will be mailed on September 28th. The board needs to discuss and vote on a couple of items. On page 2, section 3, options for holding the AGM. And he indicated that, you know, if you have an AGM that's coming up after August 1st, you best be thinking what you're going to do. Because if you can't have more than 5 people together in a room, we can't have an AGM held in the dance barn. And so the question becomes, you know, how are we going to hold our meetings? We're allowed to hold them by Zoom and have a webinar, but that has to be a decision that's made by the board, that you're going to do this as a webinar and not assume that you can get 50 people, which you need for a quorum in a room in a dance barn. It's, you know, and I really strongly, we need, you know, this is a decision that needs to be made by the board. There are announcements. The very top of our agenda starts out with the day, time, and location of the AGM. Well, if it's going to be by Zoom, that needs to be written in there instead of that it's going to be in the dance barn at 1 p.m. Still can start at 1 p.m. Then is it going to be in the dance barn? This is a decision you need to make. And we need this to move forward with getting the agenda ready, you know, that sort of thing. You know, and the attorney recommends that the boards adopt a resolution declaring an emergency and what you do during that emergency. And if you plan on holding the AGM by Zoom. You know, we already implement mail-in ballots. I don't see a problem with that. The one thing that is a concern to me, and that is another decision that needs to be made by the board, is if we hold a Zoom meeting, people can't vote their in-person ballots at the meeting, of course, because the meeting's online. The question becomes, if you still wish to do in-person voting the morning of Saturday of the AGM, which has been in place. There's usually 4 to 5 people that have to be there just to do the registering. Gil Martinez, our AR person, is there. You'll have one person from Unilec that will issue the ballot. You will have at least one person from NNE that will have to vet the each member that comes in to vote. You usually have one of us keeping an eye on the ballot box, because we do keep a ballot box down there. We encourage people to drop their ballots there, but we tell them they're allowed to vote at the meeting. They won't be able to do that then. So you've basically got 5 people already in the room. I went and did a really interesting thing to look how many people might come in. Between 2016 SGM and the 2020 SGM, all the meetings in between, we went from a low of 9 people who came in at one point in time to a high of 84 at an AGM. So if you take and you do an average, you've got 46 people that will probably cast ballots in person. So, if we do decide to do that, we have to plan for that accordingly. I've kind of talked to Lisa about that. Normally most of you know that there's just a table down there, but if we're in COVID, it's going to be more than that for us to maintain distance from people. So that's another thing we have to do. Just let me go through fast and you can, this is the whole thing of, he recommended that we should do a resolution. That's something that the board needs to decide if they're going to do. And that he says that if we decide to go to a Zoom meeting and do some of these different things, that we need to let the membership know ahead of time. We've only got September and October views to put stuff out. Do we send out a large card depending upon what you decide to do? But he said that we definitely need to get information out to everyone in the membership. He suggested a letter, I don't know, but somehow that they be told, because like I say, we have a real limited time as far as like e-blasts, the views, that sort of thing. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I guess what I'm asking you all to do and think about is, number 1, is the AGM going to be a Zoom webinar? Number 2, are we still going to have in-person voting on Saturday morning? 3, will the board be issuing a resolution? 4, how will the membership be informed as the attorney recommends? Large postcard to all, as well as information on the website, e-blast views. Once language is crafted, you can use for all media. And my recommendation, I don't know if you can decide all this tonight, or if this is something you're gonna want to think about, but I would recommend we have I know you don't want to hear it, an extra meeting on August 20th to adopt a resolution. Because if you don't do one, he recommends that very strongly. So that's what I've got for you guys to think about.
Linda, as the chair of NNE, I think I would like to hear from you what you would recommend that we do, how to make this happen, because you're the one who's going to have to, shepherd it through.
How do I say this? I can't.
You can recommend. You can't make a decision, but you can recommend. What will work for you?
Given how, but it's only my opinion. That's what's frightening.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I don't think, Lisa made a comment to me a while back saying that when I first kept telling her I didn't think we were going to be able to have 20 people counting in a room. She thought I was being really kind of, I don't know, out of line a little bit, not out of line, but she just really
Thought you were
didn't
just
think it
being
was a
silly, 'cause the idea of
possibility.
having to wear gloves and robes and stuff, it just seems so completely out of
I
possibility.
really,
Very
I
possible.
think we should try to plan for a Zoom meeting. We don't know, you know, Norm's still with us. I don't know if he's got a crystal ball.
Yes, Linda, I'm still here.
I think it should be a Zoom webinar. I think we should encourage members. We can see how many participants we have. And hopefully you can use that as a quorum then, you know, of getting to 50, because I don't know, or if you make it go away, if the governor extends, there's so many unknowns. If he would extend that one, the one HOA addendum that he did to run to the end of the year, we're safe, because then we don't have to, you know, he did away with the quorums. But
Write to him. Yeah, talk to him. Find out, you know.
oh yes, I'll call
Tell
him
him.
right up. I'm sure he'll take my call.
Absolutely.
Then I guess the only thing is the in-person voting on Saturday morning. I know how many people like that, but I'm just, you know, if we do that, you're going to have to show people that they only can be within 6 feet of us. We're probably going to have to move tables around a little bit, not be right by the door there to allow people in. And if we can't have more than 5 or 6, you know, you're going to have to let one person in at a time. You know, if there's 4 or 5 of us there doing registering and stuff. So I don't know. It's, you know, right now the community center shut down. I believe we're still going to be using the MPR there to secure all of the ballots and the counting machines and stuff when the third-party vendor gets here. They very much would like us to do either a webinar or some sort of thing with Zoom where the membership can watch what happens with the counting and the machines. You know, that's probably the least of my worries. I just don't know about in-person voting. If it were myself, I'd say, I don't know. That's such a, I really don't, I'm reluctant to do it, but I don't know. Maybe I'll only have 2 people show up that morning. I don't know.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
ask something? I think I
Josh,
was
yeah.
before you, Joe, unless you really want to go
Yeah.
before me.
I'll yield to you, Josh.
Oh. I don't have my trusty bylaws in front of me right now, but is there a specific time period that the in-person voting has to abide by on that day of the AGM versus, you know, when the actual AGM happens?
It's not in the bylaws. It's actually in the NNE manual that we hold in-person voting from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m.
And then what about the AGM?
The AGM, what it says in there, and it's kind of interesting. The bylaws actually say, in place of meetings, it says meetings of the association shall be held at the association's principal office or such other suitable place as may be designated by the board. The annual and general special meetings, the board shall set the annual general meeting to occur on the first Saturday of November of each year to commence at 1 p.m.
Okay. So there's no way we can change that at all.
No,
Okay.
unless you cancel it, but
Right. No,
once
I was
again-
just wondering if we could buy some more time because of COVID to allow a little bit more space for the in-person voting. I probably won't be alone in this, that, you know, like what you said, I mean, this has to be a webinar. I don't think, you know, we can't be packing people in and marking X's in the barn to account for social distancing. But like looking at the the meeting right now, I'm sure, we've already had a couple people drop off because we're all crazy exhausted, but we have 24 people in there
Yep.
right now. So I don't see us having a problem meeting that quorum. The in-person voting, I know that's grown, and last couple times I've been there, I've seen people lined up. So, I mean, there's got to be a way that we can set this up where it's safe, where people can still do that, and allow enough time between then and the actual AGM to happen. It stinks to be in a position of being like, yeah, let's do the in-person voting, and we're going to have volunteers down there essentially risking their lives for votes. And that's the tough thing with staff being at that admin building all the time. I mean, it's,
Yeah, there's at least 2 staff, and definitely I would want a security person there, which I usually have the day of the in-person voting anyway.
right. I mean, this probably sounds ridiculous, but it might be good to have Norm check this out and kind of create a plan of how that would best work, and as far as flowing people in there and out. Because I don't think we can do away with in-person voting, but what's the best way to be safe?
Oop, Norm's ready to answer you.
Just a parallel more than anything. You're talking about having the ability to do that. Recently, the governor issued changes to faith-based services meeting under phase 2. And there are some allowances for that kind of activity. But the bottom line is you have to, as Joss alluded, you have to have it clearly set out. You have to have your sanitation processes. You have to write a safety plan. And just for fun, it's got to go to the health department to be approved because of the potential risks of the infection and being spread. So you've got to have all your PPE in place. So it's going to be one of those very tough things that the board's going to have to consider how they would like that to go if that occurs. I have no problem helping craft that once the direction's given what you'd like to do, but I have to work with the health department to make sure that they are going to approve the direction you want to go. But there have been some parallels that can be used as a model.
I mean, and ultimately we're going to have to be, we're going to see if N&E is okay with actually providing or facilitating that, right? I mean, we can't force volunteers to be in a position to, I don't know. I mean, this is a tough one.
Time out. Can I offer a little bit?
It's like 4th of July all over again.
Joshua, Linda, can I offer just a little bit of?
Sure.
Okay. So there is a website about Safe Start reopenings. And so we could look at, I'm sure they have every kind of business on there, and it's for Washington. I mean, you could kind of look at that and we could say, these are the things that would have to be done. Obviously, depending on the phase, there's a lot of cleaning, but, I mean, we don't really have an idea what they would want to do until we know what it would look like. And I suggest we look at worst case scenario because November is going to be flu season. So a lot of things are going to be going around, and you won't be able to rule out COVID right away from a typical just regular flu.
And also understand that a lot of these parameters that are listed on both the site that Director Jones has indicated and coming from the state health officer, they do change quite regularly.
Exactly. And we don't know what phase we'll be in. So I was thinking maybe just estimating worst case scenario.
That would be prudent.
Worst case is we have to all go be in our houses. You just simply say, sorry, it's been called on account of rain or whatever. I just needed to know, it sounds like you guys want to stick with the in-person voting. I would want to work with Norm and Lisa and whoever he reaches out to, to see how we could set up differently, because I think we will have to set up differently than we have in prior years. But, you know, can it be done? Oh, yeah, if they can do the plastic things in front of people in the, and I can reach out to Catherine, the gal that I talk with at Unilect, and see what they're doing, you know? It isn't like we do machine voting, and I'll have to ask her. I don't think they'll bring machines along. I think they will, other than their counting machines, I think they will just do the paper ballots for people when they are. And that's something I probably need to talk to her about. But it's just, if we're going to do this, the attorney recommends that we do a resolution. That's not me.
So,
And what do,
Linda, you're saying we need to do a resolution, so we wouldn't vote on, we're not voting on this tonight or making that decision. We have to put together something then?
I need to know fairly soon if you're, especially if you're going to do a Zoom meeting, if this is basically, we've kind of looked at, here's where we are right now in time. I don't know, and I don't know if Norm knows, by September when we mail out, is there going to be that much change in what's going on?
Well, currently, I can tell you two things that should keep in mind, and it alludes to what Director Jones had to say. The Whatcom Unified Command has extended their planning cycle, which means their planning horizon, how long they're going to be active, till at least the end of December. So that would indicate that there's a concern that we'll be dragging this into next year. And two, the other aspect is right now, there is no clear definition from the governor's office on what indefinite means. It is purely driven by the metrics I described earlier today about the 5 topics that occur. And it's also by the data he collects from the Institute for Disease Modeling on where the infection rate is, et cetera, and bed space. So there is no clear-cut answer for that, except that our unified command will be stood up at least until the end of December based on their best forward thinking.
Hey, Kevin, the counting of the ballots is going to be done by machines.
I just want to take this moment to say I told you so. Everybody looked at me like I had 3 heads when I said this. It's not going away.
Yeah, I think that if we're going to do our meetings by Zoom, we're still going to keep in person. I think we may need to send out, and I know it's extra mailing, but the attorney recommends if we're going to go to a modified program, we need to inform the membership really as quickly as we can, rather than waiting until the last minute. I fully expect that there's going to be, and maybe I'll be wrong, a lot of people will use the ballot box at admin this year. We've already taken care of that. And I don't have to worry too much about those ballots because I just vet them and put them in a case and lock them away. And the third-party vendor will come in and do all the opening and counting and everything else of them. So that's not a biggie for me, and, there may need to be a couple of us, and we'll have to talk with Lisa and with Joe and probably my committee and decide what we're going to do, because it's still Sudden Valley's responsibility to vet the submitted ballots. We will be getting a report twice a week from Unilect of what ones they have received back by mail. And from that, we'll work and see, who's not current in their dues, who is. It'll be our responsibility here at the association to notify those people and move forward, because Unilect isn't going to have all of our information. That's going to be strictly within our AR and staff department, or Lisa or someone that speaks with people, and that's done through us. But I anticipate mostly when we used to vet, here in the, just within the committee, we did it twice a week. So I think that we'll be able to capture these people and be able to visit with them and get them current in their dues, whatever it takes for them to vote. Hopefully, if Joel's idea that we're getting up there 94, 95% current, I won't have too many people to worry about. You know, so that's not an issue for me.
We could also put up signs, Linda.
Signs.
Yeah. Why not? Put up signs that said, no, like if we decided voting in person had to, or, you know, turning in your ballot in person had to be finalized the Friday before, you know,
Yeah.
due to COVID, must have ballot in by 6 p.m., you know, October 30th. I don't know.
Well, it's in the bylaws though, Steffi, and it's kind of, boy, everybody, I'm telling you, I've stood there getting ready to take the last ballot out of the ballot box, and I have had people run in the door. There was one year, and Lisa can back me up on this. The electricity went out at admin. She and I were over gathering the votes from the county box that people had put in there. We came back in the building, went to collect the box, and a little old lady that I swear had to be 70 or no, oh, that's older than me, 80 or 90, had an flashlight, walked in, and am I lying, Lisa? Put her ballot in that box. So are we dedicated folk? Oh, you betcha.
I have a question.
Sure.
So the in-person voting, they have to get a new ballot and
Yes.
everything. What is the reason for that?
The reason is because they haven't been vetted yet.
But what would be the difference if they could just drive through on the day of and place their ballot in there like anyone else that voted? And then we wouldn't have to set up tables
Because
and
they
do all
haven't,
that stuff.
because they haven't been vetted yet. You
But
have,
someone
you know,
who turns in a ballot the day before hasn't been vetted yet.
that's true.
So it's like, couldn't they just, so we don't have to print new ballots, they could just we could just structure it so that they can drop off, and maybe we just have the box there, even like a drive, we could set it up to be a drive-by platform, you know, so there's even less interaction, you know, until that time cutoff, and then at that point it gets dragged inside. Then we don't have to have staff vetting people on site and giving them this other ballot. They just use the one they have. You know, we may have to do a little more legwork after when we start counting to vet those those ballots at that point, you know, but it reduces the contact points between people for COVID related issues a bit. So that's an idea.
I can certainly think about that, about in person, just having people still use their mailed ballots.
Because don't most people come and try to place their mail ballots anyways on the day of a lot of times?
Some yes, and
And
some
then they're like
no.
told you got to re-register and get a new one.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember a couple years ago, some guy was like distraught because he showed up at like, he was there and he thought he could bet. He was there upstairs, thought he could cast the ballot that he brought with him. And then it was like 2 minutes past and he didn't get to vote.
That's
the
why I
drive-thru
worry
one.
about changing the process. I understand what you're saying, you know, and it's like, I don't know. I guess I'd have to think about that, look at what it says. If there's things in the bylaws that say this is what you do here. And, you know, is that why you then do a resolution? You know, I need to think about that a little bit more. But just in knowing that if we're going to definitely do a Zoom, that helps me at least get forward with some of the agenda, for instance, you know, if that's what we're going to do. And that's going to take planning on all of our parts, and especially Josh, because of how do you get this all out to people? I'd love to see a nice design on an envelope, being able to tell people what we're doing on a postcard. I mean,
I was gonna bring that up. Poor Joe Ackles still hasn't had a chance to talk yet.
Hi, you doing
I'm good.
See how concerned I am about you?
I see that. I'm touched.
So Karen and Oryx were talking about doing a page for the budget materials, and I think we could put together like a site that's cohesive for members to get to and to see as like not like a huge stylish thing, like something that has all of the details for the AGM, what you need to do, where you need to do it. These are the time frames. Steffi, can you mute?
Steffi, you're off mute.
Oh, good.
John, can you mute her?
There. Go ahead,
Sorry,
John.
I'm on call.
My train of thought. So yeah, if we can get something set up, a page set up where it gives the ins and outs of what we're going to do, what the membership needs to do, then I say we do send out a postcard and we have like a simple link that they can see on there /AGM or whatever that they can go to, that'll have all those materials available and ready, nicely organized. And because I think every year, I mean, even I'm still confused, but I'm still confused about a lot of things. But to know where to actually go to put your ballot, like AJ was saying, the guy got there I remember this, he got there a little bit late and he was not very happy, and I completely understand. So, I mean, the more we can simplify this for people and get it out there with a mailer, that would be great. And then we'll do all of our other regular type of postings and emails and stuff like that. So I think having one source to get to and to show all this information would be awesome. It's just like we have to figure out what we're going to do, I guess.
Yeah, that's all that's the biggie for me, we can see what Norm what he can give me for information, if we're going to go ahead and do that. I don't see getting away from having a place where some people come, even AJ, if in a perfect world that we're going to have, something to do with them. It's just like when you go and vote, people go and vote in the polls now. Yeah, the polling, the little machines are way far apart instead of next to each other, but you still got to go there.
I'll pay money to see you in a hazmat suit though, Linda, so.
Ooh!
I mean,
I'll even do a little dance.
I mean, Washington residents are only vote via mail. So if we did that this year, that wouldn't be completely out of the realm of normality for our residents as well.
Hey,
so
and you know what? They don't even have to put a stamp on it this year. It's going to be postage paid.
Well, I mean, not having floor voting, period, I don't think is an outlandish idea necessarily either.
That's what one of those bylaw measures is all about. I invalidate more votes than I count when it comes to floor voting. Marlene does actually, I'm not the, but I'm saying when it gets down to the counting room. Joe, what did you want to say?
Linda, all kidding aside, what you said about trying to get the governor to extend something, as one of the larger HOAs in the state of Washington, why not write a letter? Why don't we sit down and draft a letter to him about for the quorum? Won't hurt.
That's true.
I support that idea.
Like you're suggesting we write a letter for what purpose exactly?
For the issue with the quorum.
And meeting, like we're concerned we're not going to get 50 people to come on Zoom.
Yeah, you might not, but you might. But at least if we try, he already has a proclamation out there now. Why don't we just see if he extends it to the end of the year?
Yeah, just ask him to extend to the end of the year. That would handle it.
I mean, like I said, as one of the larger associations in the state, I mean, I would hope we have a little bit of clout down there, but you never know. But it doesn't hurt to throw a letter out there explaining the situation we're in and say, hey, why not just extend this out?
And he is receptive to reading that. We found that out recently through dialogues written by a lot of the small city mayors in regard to extending things for construction. So his staff does look at those things. So that's
Okay.
That's a good course of action.
So I guess we're all we're gonna do Zoom. We're gonna do in-person voting in some way, shape, or form. And we're gonna try and get it out there to the membership, especially about doing Zoom. Now, my only thing that's left then is the resolution, and that's not me, that's the board. And probably you could begin with some of the language that Rich used in when he modified Andrew's resolution. Maybe there's some language there that has to do with COVID and that sort of thing, that we could use some of that language as a starting point for developing the resolution. I'd have to go back and look at all that, but sometimes I hate reinventing the wheel when it's not necessary, when probably there's something out there that already has some language in it that we could utilize and then maybe send to Rich and go, hey, is this sufficient? What do you think, Andrew?
Yep, I can work on that, Linda.
Does that make sense to you?
Everything that you just said makes sense. Yes.
Well, that's frightening. My cats are, I'll have you know, crawling up my legs. It's past their dinner time.
Well, let me just take a whack at it, because in his response in his letter, he did say to keep legal involved throughout this process. So I'd like to have him, in a way, participate regardless.
Yeah, that's why I want us to start on this now rather than later. Do you think we need an extra meeting, or are you relatively think we can move forward? I thought maybe on the 20th to do the resolution, or do you want to approve it on the 20th? Because the next board meeting's the 27th.
Well, I want to limit our extra time together as much as possible, as much as we all.
Yeah, because
enjoy
then you
each other's
got
company.
one coming up right after that when we do the adoption of the agenda of the budget. I'm sorry.
Well, so what I'm hearing is we can wait till the 27th.
Well, we could. It's just, I don't know what's all gonna be on that agenda. I know you're gonna have that's gonna be an early meeting because you're gonna have the board vacancy interviews. Okay. And then I don't know what else is on there. I don't know if we're gonna have Joe. Do you have any capital out there? Is finance meeting in this month?
Yeah, well, finance will have our meeting. I'm not sure if I do or not, but I mean, I don't have any projects. I don't think I have. I know I don't have any projects coming up. So I don't know if there might be something that comes up, emergency or something like that, maybe. But
Hey, Joe, Oryx emailed me about, we were emailing about the finance committee agenda, and I believe she said something about possibly the Marina Gate arm could be
Okay.
on there.
all right, that might be the only potential thing then.
Yeah. That's the only thing that's on the finance committee agenda so far
Okay.
for capital requests. We got other stuff.
Well, that's good. So, we could wait till the 22nd, as long as we're going to be ready to rock and roll. I've got kind of the information I need. Sounds like Josh is gonna work on. Do you need anything from me? I bet you do, as to how this whole thing, I've done a couple articles for the Views explaining how things are the same, but they're gonna be different. And I could kind of put something together for you so you could explain to the membership how we're gonna do things different.
Yeah, any kind of content would be super helpful for me. I mean, that's not really my strong point, so.
Okay, sounds like well, just a minute. Because I'm gonna write articles for the Views in September and October, since I know we're moving forward. And maybe we can do something that's a joint effort for how you let people know what's going on. But I'll send you some stuff because I've kind of put some stuff out there a little bit already. But I haven't been able to put out too much, but there's a lot we need to be sure that we tell people in the Views. We really need to. Now that we've decided we're going to do a Zoom. Well, I think that's all I've got.
All right, thanks, Linda.
Okay.
South Wacom Library contract.
Yeah, you guys, I have in the package the contract for keeping the library here at Sudden Valley. As I said, Linda asked a question about what some of the other stuff prior to this was, and I sent it to her. And if everybody saw the email, this contract is the first time that any legal has seen it, according to Rich. So the one that you have in front of you right now is the one that Rich has gone through and updated and now has put eyes on it. So.
I think the only thing I'd like to see, and it's just a me thing, they've been in this building and they haven't had an increase in their rent the whole time they've been there.
Well, if you look at,
but I see that it's supposed to go up 2% per year beginning June 30th of 2021 and each June 30th thereafter. And I think that's reasonable. I think it's a steal what they're getting anyway, but that's good. The only other thing I would note, and Leslie can back me up on this, I believe there have to be 2 signatures from Sudden Valley, the president and somebody else. I think that's in the bylaws if we are signing a lease or a lease agreement. It's the only thing I got.
I think you're right, Linda.
It's only got Andrew's signature on there now, but I think it's usually the board president and secretary, I think, Leslie, unless.
Yeah, that's right. Easy
or
fix.
the vice president
Yeah,
or
that's-
somebody, but usually it's a secretary.
Yeah, I think I could probably definitely, I could put that on there. We can figure that out.
Was the board gonna vote then to approve this contract for the Whatcom County Library to extend it another
4 years. Or to 2024.
I move to accept the contract for the library as included in the packet.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I don't think we can do it as included in the packet because we're missing
A signature, yeah.
Okay,
I will,
with the additional signature, yeah.
I amend the motion to approve the library contract with an additional signature.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Yay, books.
Did we do that right, team?
I believe we all had the intent to approve the motion. So,
Perfect. Anything else for the good of the order?
Yeah, I've got something if I could. I just want to say that earlier in the meeting there, during some interaction with AJ and Steffi, there was a point where I raised my voice to when I was interacting with Director Jones, and for that I do apologize. It's not the way I want to communicate in this meeting. So I want to take that moment to say that. I do apologize, Director Jones.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. We'll move into our property owner comments.
Okay. Any hardy souls in our audience here who would like to step up to the mic? Looks like AJ has his hand up, actually.
I'll start us off with property owner comments, I guess. I am AJ Tischletter, 2 Cedar Place. In this meeting, Joe mentioned the board taking the time to write an email to the governor regarding some COVID stuff. I would like to make a request to the board that they take on writing the governor to try to eliminate Sun Valley and pre-existing communities from the WICOA law. I think our 7% limit on dues is, and the amount of people who supported that clearly shows that the community is not really in favor of that law. On top of that, the community has voted down and fought that exact scenario other times as well. That's all.
Thank you for making that point, because regardless of which side of the law you stand on, it is posing problems. And I think that if, something is flawed as where 400 people can pass something, that we really need to take a deep look at that. Thank you, AJ.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, AJ. We do have Ann. I'll go ahead and bring her over. If you could give your name and address. And there you go, Ann.
Hi, Ann Cope, 52 Louise View Drive. I totally support what AJ just said first. Second, Rob, that was nice of you to apologize to Steffi. I can assure you the frustration that those guys feel, that people watching like me scream at our computer at times. So I think they actually show quite a bit of restraint. And it's a little annoying when the accountant says things like, you're bringing up stupid little things and none of you have anything to say to that. So let's make sure if you're going to reprimand people, you're consistent, okay? All right, now, this is also really frustrating. When you say things like golf is doing better, marine sales are crazy, that's really pretty meaningless, right? There's no numbers, there's nothing to support those statements. So you make these statements, Mount Vernon Golf Course closed, we were told, and that's helping Sun Valley Golf Course. Well, there's a reason Mount Vernon Golf Course closed, which isn't a great thing. So, I wish you would just be a little more attentive to what's actually happening in the world, rather than working so hard to pretend that things are fine, because they're not. Also, last year, Sarah brought up during the budget meetings, let's make the collection rate 94%. And she was treated like she was crazy. We can't possibly do that. That's too risky. And now here we are in the midst of a pandemic, and suddenly 95 sounds great. It makes no sense. So again, the frustration is felt not just by the board members, but the community who watch these meetings it's incredibly frustrating, and not because somebody's raising their voice or using a tone you don't like. That's not the frustrating part. The frustrating part is not getting direct answers to very important questions and having these broad sweeping comments like golf's doing better. Meaningless. Thank you.
Probably helps if I unmute myself there. Thank you, Anne. Have a good evening.
You too.
And I'll bring Nancy over now. Just go ahead and give your name and address, please.
Nancy Alyanak for Sandalwood Circle, and I'll make this brief. Thank you, AJ. I completely support your idea of asking the governor, even though I don't think it will do any good. It doesn't hurt to keep it in his face. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Have a good evening as well. Anybody else like to add something? I'll bring Richard over at this point. Go ahead and give your name and address, please, Richard.
Hi. Hi, Richard, Maple Court, he, him pronouns. Hola, mi nombre es Ricardo, vivo en Maple. Necesito información y vida en español para nuestras residencias de habla español.
Your mic's a little low there, Richard.
Sorry, I'm trying, my door is sleeping, so I'm trying to be coy. Did you hear anything I said?
Not quite. If you could restate that, please.
So Richard, Maple Court, he, him pronouns, and hola, mi nombre es Ricardo, vive en Maple. Necesitamos información en vida en español para nuestras residencias de habla español, para la comunidad. And so if you're going to look at collections in terms of what that looks like, I get it, but it's not really a good measuring stick, right? Because at least for me, I'm going to pay my mortgage in HOA. I'm going to do all I can to pay that. I'm going to cut my internet, Netflix, daughter's college savings, like everything before I let that go, right? So I'm not sure that collections is an accurate indicator of community economic health, but I get it. In terms of COVID impacts, sure, since February, there's been a bunch of people impacted, and I totally get it. And there's still people still happening, but also you got to remember that it's industry specific, right? So I work for the state, and I also work for the school district. And as I imagine Director Jones knows, the hospital is not doing well. And so if you take the school district, you take Western, and you take, well, Western, VTC, and Whatcom, and the school district, and you take the hospital, that's 4 out of the top 5 biggest employers in Whatcom County. And they've not even seen any, they've not got any impacts yet. Like, we've not had anything, but we know that's going to really hit our budget, and we'll get layoffs probably in November or so. So point being, we've not even seen the start of this, right? So when we're talking about be a little bit more conservative looking forward, because the 4 out of the top 5 employers in the county haven't even scratched the surface yet. And here we are like, oh, it's, this is great. So I've just been cognizant of that. And then this is kind of maybe irrelevant, but I'll just share it anyway because I was thinking about it. In terms of the golf, I was gifted a spot in a monthly tournament last month, and the person who runs it is actually from Sun Valley. So funnily enough, he runs out of Lake Padden, because even with our discount, it's cheaper to play there than it is to play here. But anyway, we got into the topic of like dues and all that stuff, and we didn't agree, which is fine because we're in different seasons of life and generational, and I get it. But the one thing that got me was when I said it was a struggle, he said, well, you should make more money and get your AA like I did. And so I didn't respond in that moment because I was upset, but just to kind of share, like I have a master's degree. I was the first in my family to go to college. I'm an immigrant to the US. My wife is a master's degree holder in education, bilingual, first generation Chicana. And that's like, that's fine. But, we're doing the education of your children, your nieces. And I guess the question is like, if I'm struggling, how much education, or what's the minimum salary that's going to be sufficient to be an active member in Sun Valley? Because right now it's just not meeting it, right? And then, and in terms of every penny just counts right now. And it's kind of, when I hear that by golf breaking even, and I'm a big golf enthusiast, if I didn't have to work on Saturday to pay for the dues, I'd play golf instead. But the fact that if they break even, our dues go down. I mean, it's just it's a no-brainer. And let the community decide about the long-term projects. And so the fact that we're just like, oh, well, it's kind of okay because, you know, he's projecting it's looking okay. Like, no, just like at least break even. Like that's it. I just can't believe we even talk about it. And the staff, I feel for you. If you've not had increases before, that's due to a mismanaged budget. But again, this is the year that I think everyone would expect no increases. And if there's not been increases in the past, I think that's out of line. But the reality is, if you have kids, you're paying $1,300 to go to daycare. And so I'm trying to balance that and with everything else. I know a lot of other people are. And again, I went to school, did everything I'm supposed to do, and I'm still really struggling. So, I mean, I appreciate what you're doing, but I just think you're missing some perspectives. Maybe you aren't, but it doesn't seem like you're always thinking from decentering your own place. So I would just offer that. And Joel, I appreciate what you're doing. I think you're taking some hits there, man. So appreciate it. And whoever put the size 6 diapers in the blessings box at gate 3, I appreciate that because you're a lifesaver. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Richard. You have a good evening here. I'll return you to the audience.
I think that Richard makes a good point, especially with people struggling, and you know, the blessing box being there. That's not. I mean, a lot of people are using that as a means to supplement their pantry, and it's not just like a food swap or I don't want to run to town. Like it's unfortunately a necessity for them. So thank you for all of your valid points, Richard.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment too, Richard. I think since Waikoa has passed, we have heard a lot of comments in that same similar capacity at repetitive board meetings over and over again for about a year and a half now. And it is a struggle, and I do agree that the collections rate is not a barometer of the financial health of our members, because like he said, we are all going to do whatever we have to do to keep a roof over our heads first and foremost, and then food on the table second. And so, you know, with the roof over our heads comes paying the dues.
Thank you, Richard.
Not seeing any further hands raised, Mr. President. Oh, we got one. Here we go. Joel, I will go ahead and bring you on over here. If you could give your name and address, please.
Hi, yeah, Joel Dobbins, 30 Valley Crest Way. I just wanted to say I support what AJ said. Joe says we can write the governor and we have some sway there. So why not? People want to get rid of the Sun Valley fix from Okiowa, and let's start pushing for it now, because if we don't, just wait 3 months and we'll do it then. That's all.
All right, thank you, Joel. Have a good evening. And I've returned you back to the attendee list as well. Anyone else like to add their property owner's comments? Just use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I think that's doesn't look like any other hands raised at this time.
Thanks, John. And thanks to everyone who made comments. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We'll do that by acclamation, 10:47. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great week. Have a good night.